Chapter 8:16. Ah! The dragon-head ancient king roared. As the ancestor of a race, he had moved unhindered throughout the ancient era and rarely had a worthy opponent. Yet, he was knocked down by a single slap from a turtle. He had almost gone mad. Heiwu laid on the barbarian king's head and was relatively calm. He tilted his neck and slowly said, "It's useless even if you shout your throat hoarse." Dragon-head ancestral king was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were like two sharp knives, cold, and flickering coldly. After standing up, he pressed forward step by step. His godly rules were like the sea, like a rainbow, interweaving into a path of Tao. All the light struck the turtle shell and all kinds of divine laws struck the black armor interweaving with patterns. All of them were silently annihilated. POW. Moreover, at this moment, the black turtle stretched out a large claw. It was as large as a dustpan and directly slapped the dragon-head ancient king, causing him to fall to the ground once again. Crackle, all the bones in this ancient king's body exploded. It was unknown how many pieces they had cracked into. His entire body was covered in blood and almost disintegrated. He turned into a blazing light and escaped, standing several hundred meters away. The dragon-head ancient king's face was ashen and as ugly as one could imagine. Just now, he was still looking down on everyone, but now, he was almost smashed by a turtle. How could he endure this? "Do you remember who I am?" The black turtle slowly landed on the barbarian king's head and shook a small claw, saying, "Black tortoise, I am the great black tortoise." Ah! The dragon-head ancient king was almost going crazy. He felt that this was a type of humiliation. The two dragon horns on his head flickered with radiance and emitted boundless radiance. They wanted to slash apart this part of the sky, accompanied by the rumbling of the great Tao. Boom! Suddenly, the aura of the great ancient emperors pervaded the air and the sound waves of the great Tao were deafening. Strand after strand of green and hazy air currents descended from the boundless sky. Every strand was as thick as a mountain, grand and heavy, and they were like strands of heavenly rivers that were pouring down. In the boundless sky, there seemed to be an independent small world. Primal chaos surged, and the earth, fire, wind, and water moved. Within it, a green pagoda was faintly discernible. This was an aura that covered the heavens and the earth. It was righteous, auspicious, and vast. It didn't have an overbearing might, but it had a type of inviolable holiness and solemnity. Forget about ordinary cultivators, even the bodies of the dragon-head ancient king and the black tortoise went rigid, not daring to move recklessly. Even they felt that if they acted rashly, they would definitely be destroyed. West Emperor Tower. This was also the immortal Tear's green gold pagoda. It was personally forged by the Western Empress back then, and after experiencing the endless great eras, it remained imperishable. It had been passed down to this day, and it could suppress everything in this world. The Jade Lake Grand Assembly has a rule. No one is allowed to start a fight here. I hope the Hidden Dragon River's ancestor king will abide by this rule. The Jade Lake Queen Mother's voice sounded from the sky. The Extreme Tao Emperor weapon itself was an invincible existence. It was an alternative continuation of the ancient emperor's lives. Who in the world would dare to resist it? Once the monarch weapon awakens, even the ancestral king would have to face it head-on. However, the process of recovery was a little slow. It was difficult to control the Extreme Path Emperor weapon, and it would take a long time for many almighties to use it with all their might. Their essence would be sucked dry at any time. Otherwise, with a monarch weapon in hand, it could be said that he owned the world, and who could rival him? Apart from the ancient emperors themselves, no one could truly fully activate the monarch weapon, not even the sages. Even if they could use it, it would be quite strenuous. Of course, within each mountain gate, there would definitely be formation runes personally laid down by the ancient emperors, which could speed up the recovery of the Extreme Path Emperor weapon. It wouldn't consume too much essence, so the immortal Tear's green gold pagoda appeared at this time. The Western Empress words were only directed at the dragon-head ancient king. Even the misty green pillar of air only fell on the top of his head, causing him to feel great pressure and even a hint of fear. In the pure land of the Jade Lake, the West Emperor Tower surpassed everything in the mortal world. Any sages that entered this place would lose their freedom. The black tortoise was quite satisfied that there was no pillar of air hanging above its head. It then stretched out a small claw and hooked it at the dragon-head ancient king, saying, "If you're not convinced, come over and I'll carve the 2 words black tortoise on your face." The dragon-head ancient king's nostrils spewed out white smoke. Not long ago, he was in high spirits, pointing at the world and looking down on all living beings. His transcendent attitude was completely gone. "Come out and fight with me if you have the guts. I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's go. The great black tortoise will carve a piece of history and write a grand epic on your face." The black tortoise said. "Good." Duander, Li Tian, and Li Heishui secretly applauded and jeered. Many human cultivators also revealed a smile. They felt that this tortoise had a good temperament. His actions were akin to stomping this arrogant ancient king from the sky to the ground. No one stopped him, and in fact, no one could stop him. The dragon-head ancient king didn't want to stay any longer and rushed out first. The black tortoise landed on the ground and grew to the height of a human. It stood upright and looked like a strange man carrying a black wark on his back. With its hind legs on the ground and its 2 front claws carrying the weight on its back, it walked out slowly, not much faster than a snail. The ancient king who was standing outside the Jade Lake waited for a full 15 minutes. His eyes were spewing fire and his eyes were about to roll back when he saw the tortoise bastard slowly walking over. Without any superfluous words, the dragon-head ancient king directly used his most powerful divine technique. The halo behind his head was dazzling and suppressed the sun in the sky. The halo enlarged and turned into a dazzling disk. It devoured the essence, energy, and spirit of all living beings and plundered the vitality of heaven and earth to forge an immortal treasure wheel. Dang! A clear and leisurely sound resounded throughout the world. The divine wheel behind his head became more and more dazzling, making him look like a deity. His entire body was sparkling and translucent. Boom! Finally, the treasure wheel shone and rumbled. It was like a wheel of reincarnation, shining on the black tortoise and striking out with the power of reincarnation. "Heavenly path reincarnation," the dragon-head ancient king shouted in a rather domineering manner. He took a step forward, and the entire sky trembled. The treasure wheel pressed down, causing the sky outside the Jade Lake to almost return to primal chaos. "You dare to compete with the great black tortoise in terms of domineeringness? See how I break you." The black tortoise's entire body shrunk back into the turtle shell. No matter how many divine laws or techniques you used, they were all useless. All kinds of laws turned into blazing light, and all of them landed on the black tortoise shell. There were mysterious and ancient patterns flickering on the surface, neutralizing the endless divine light. It was difficult to break through. In the distance, the people were astonished. There were probably not many people in the world whose defensive power was more abnormal than his. He was able to take on the strongest divine race of the ancestral king head-on without being damaged. Where did this black tortoise come from? Yi Fan moved closer to the barbarian king and asked in a low voice. He only knew that this was the protector of the barbarian race, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. "Who raised it?" "Let me think, it should be my grandfather's grandfather." The barbarian king said a long string of grandfather's 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 grandfather. Even he found it hard to tell how many years this tortoise had lived. A conservative estimate would be more than 6,000 years old. Normally, this tortoise did not pay attention to anyone and only occasionally spoke a few words with the barbarian king. He did not expect to see an ancestral king so talkative today. "Go to hell!" the dragon-head ancient king shouted. The disk behind his head became even more dazzling. It blazed like the sun and descended, suppressing the black tortoise. With a single roar, the mountains collapsed and even the clouds hundreds of miles away were scattered. His aura swallowed the mountains and rivers. "You can't compete with me in terms of aggressiveness. Then let's see who's better." The black tortoise was not afraid and similarly shouted. It stretched out its head from the shell and brandished its old black fists. It directly smashed the heaven and earth and roared, "Overlord divine fists." It could be said that its movements were very comical and its name was also not very good. No matter how one listened to it, It sounded like a tortoise divine fist, but its fists were indeed ferocious and powerful. The first punch of the black fists directly blasted open the disc and shattered it. The second punch directly broke the dragon-head ancient king's 2 arms, and the third punch smashed through his chest. The dragon-head ancient king exploded and then turned into a beam of light in the distance. His face was ashen and extremely unsightly as he reassembled his corporeal body. Tortoise fist. I've actually been F***king defeated by a tortoise fist. You don't learn from your mistakes. This is the Overlord Divine Fist created by the Great Black Tortoise. Today, I'll make you remember it forever. The Black Tortoise stood upright and charged forward. Its 2 old black fists swung about like 2 large millstones, creating whistling winds. The surrounding mountains were all uprooted like they were made of paper and flew into the distance. The people were horrified. The 2 black fists were densely covered with all kinds of divine laws. No wonder they could shatter all the ancient king's secret techniques. There was the power of the heavenly Tao circulating within them. Boom! The 2 saints clashed once again. One had to admit that the black tortoise was ridiculously fierce. Its 2 old fists shattered the vacuum and destroyed everything in its way. It struck out 108 punches in one go. Even though most of them were neutralized by the desperate dragon-head ancient king, there were still a large number of fist shadows that landed on his body. Remember, this is the Overlord Divine Fist. The dragon-head ancient king's body was disintegrating. Whether it was his flesh or broken bones, there were indelible jet-black marks left behind. Especially on his face, there were more than 10 patterns. All of them were jet-black and shaped like little tortoises. They were left behind by the fist imprints. When they separated once again, the dragon-head ancient king was about to go crazy. Not only was he defeated, but he was also engraved with a mark of humiliation. The black light flickered and couldn't be erased at all. Everyone almost laughed out loud. Even the ancient races were no exception. They were intimidated by the ancient king's divine might and were forcefully holding back their laughter. The dragon-head ancient king's body was covered in cuts and bruises. His face was the worst. There were more than 10 little tortoise imprints on it that couldn't be erased. Remember, this daddy is the black tortoise. If you dare remember wrongly again, I'll also engrave your primordial spirit, the black tortoise said seriously. Its face was solemn, but it made people want to laugh. The dragon-head ancient king had truly gone mad. Was there anything more humiliating than this? Previously, he had displayed his martial prowess and humiliated the human race, suppressing everyone until no one dared to make a sound. But now, he was beaten to death by a tortoise. Tortoise imprints were engraved on his body and face. Moreover, they were engraved with great power and couldn't be erased. He faced the sky and roared continuously. "You tortoise, tortoise fist." The dragon-head ancient king said through clenched teeth. "I am telling you very seriously that the great black tortoise is furious. It is going to blast you into dregs with the emperor tyrant divine fist." The black tortoise's expression was serious. Then, it brandished its old fists and rushed over. Great Tao divine laws flickered in all directions, magical force like a sea. Earth, fire, wind, water rotated. The 2 fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The dragon-head ancient king was about to explode from the black tortoise fists. In the end, he released a great roar of disbelief. He was flustered and exasperated. Then, he turned around, covering his head and scurrying like a rat, starting to escape without a trace. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. What face? What dignity? They were all empty. The most important thing was to survive. Right now, he was truly scared of this tortoise. In his panic, he didn't care where he was going. He turned into clouds, wind, and lightning, fleeing all the way. Remember, this daddy is the great black tortoise. The tortoise chased after him with a deadly earnest expression. He didn't want to let him go at all. This was clearly a gargantuan matter, the consequences extremely serious. After all, they were chasing after an archaic ancestral king. However, everyone laughed. It was difficult for them to feel that type of urgency. Meanwhile, the various archaic clans were like this as well. They wanted to laugh, yet they couldn't, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. This was too crazy. Even a tortoise raised by the human race was a saint, beating a powerful ancient king until he covered his head and scurried like a rat. How were the various races supposed to continue living? In the end, the human race's cultivators all laughed, feeling great satisfaction. This ancient king who looked down on the human race and wanted to suppress and kill a saint deserved to be chased down by a great black tortoise. Chapter 8:17. This black tortoise was meticulous in its pursuit. It ran extremely quickly, and all types of Tao patterns flickered beneath its feet. It was as if a streak of flowing light had streaked across the sky. The dragon-head ancient king was about to go crazy. He couldn't beat this tortoise and was being chased by it like this. He was furious and wanted to die. Heavenly Tao reincarnation. In the end, he gathered all the magical power in his body and once again used the strongest divine law. Light gathered behind his head and formed a giant wheel that illuminated the void. Overlord Divine Fist. The black tortoise also cried out loudly. Its black old fists swelled endlessly and smashed down like two black great mountains. The heaven and earth resonated and rumbled with noise. In the end, within the resplendent radiance, a pair of black old fists smashed apart the precious wheel, shattering the radiance and defeating this divine law. Pu. The dragon-head ancient king exploded. His primordial spirit wanted to escape, but it was immediately blocked by the black tortoise. It withdrew its body into its body, and the tortoise shell turned into a black millstone that crushed over with rumbling sounds. Ah! The dragon-head ancient king screamed miserably. All of the essence energy he had accumulated throughout his life erupted, but it couldn't penetrate the tortoise shell. He was crushed into powder by the black millstone, and all types of flowing light shot out. A rain of blood fluttered about in the void. Then, it turned into scarlet light and began to burn. This part of the sky collapsed and was continuously destroyed, turning into a ruined land. An ancestral king of a generation had fallen. Boundless light burned and rushed into the heavens. All types of great Tao laws attacked one after another in a disorderly and chaotic manner. No one dared to interfere and could only wait for it to disappear. Beside the Jade Lake, everyone was shaken. An archaic king was killed just like that. His blood splashed through the sky and he turned into a torch of light. His name was erased from this world. The archaic races were deathly silent. A powerful ancient king was killed just like that, blown apart by a seemingly harmless and even comical black tortoise. Didn't the human race almost never have any saints? How could the tortoise they raised be so powerful? It really made one's hair stand on end. In the sky, that tortoise was deadly earnest and solemnly said, "Remember, I am the great black tortoise." Just now, everyone could still laugh, but now, they no longer had that kind of mood. An ancient king was blown apart, so who could provoke this tortoise? How could the barbarian race have such a powerful sacred tortoise? The heavenly prince said to himself. The 9 divine rings behind him were extremely dazzling. He frowned. "Prince, lower your voice," the 2 ancient kings said. They sensed that this tortoise was not easy to provoke. Inside the Jade Lake, petals were falling in profusion. Sparkling and translucent petals were falling unceasingly in an ancient forest. Yi Fan toasted the barbarian patriarch and old barbarian king to express his gratitude. Within the Pure Land, many people were drinking with one another. Their hearts were at ease. The insufferably arrogant dragon-head ancient king was crippled by a tortoise and then crippled. This made them feel quite satisfied. The sound of the zither was tinkling. Within the ancient forest, on the shore of the bright lake, auspicious light lingered about. Mist rose and hundreds of birds flew about. It was a scene of peace. The ancient races all had gloomy expressions. An ancient king was killed in front of everyone. This was like a great stone weighing down on their hearts, making them feel uncomfortable. The conference was finally about to begin. Tomorrow morning was the day, but everything was so calm that many people felt uneasy. Finally, when the red sun was setting in the west, the aura of the star domain reversing came from outside the Pure Land. No one came in, but everyone was terrified. The pressure of the ancient saints covered the sky and earth. Dang, The divine bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. A supreme character had arrived, and everyone had to welcome him. On the horizon, several figures slowly walked over. Each of them was tall and incomparably majestic. They were like several demonic mountains that wanted to collapse the ancient skies. They walked very slowly, but it was quite intimidating. Every one of them seemed to have experienced endless tribulations. Their bodies were one with the great Tao of the heaven and earth, fusing with the Tao laws. 7 people. There were no less than 7 ancient saint-level existences. They came together, and as they walked together, the earth almost sank. All kinds of brilliance descended from the sky, and the heavenly sounds rang out incessantly. It was as if they were crying for them. This was the scene produced by the 7 ancient saint-level experts. They were recognized by the heaven and earth, and all kinds of auspicious signs descended for them. Each one of them was in charge of a unique divine law. 7 ancient saints. Such experts appeared at the same time. Just the thought of it made people tremble. On the horizon, it was submerged in a blazing light. 7 tall figures walked over, and every one of them was dyed in a layer of golden brilliance. All creatures trembled, feeling incomparable reverence. These were the existences of the saint level. They had to use their entire lives to look up to them. All of the human cultivators' eyes burned with passion. How great would it be if these were the saints of the human race? There were a total of 7 of them, and they all appeared like this. How shocking would that be? However, as the footsteps approached, all of the human cultivators felt as if cold water had been poured over their heads. Every single saint's appearance was different, and they all had the distinct characteristics of the ancient races. Even though they had a premonition, they still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. How could the human race have 7 ancient saints appear all at once? Everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. How were they supposed to contend against these kinds of ancient clans? Suddenly, several ancient kings walked over together. The pressure was suffocating. The barbarian race's protector, the Black Tortoise, was indeed powerful, but it was difficult for him alone. So many ancient races came, and this wasn't even all of them. The disparity was just too great. At this moment, the outside of the jade pool was quiet. There wasn't the slightest sign of life. It was absolutely silent, and not a single person could say anything. If it wasn't for the fact that many people firmly believed that Great Emperor Wu Shi was still alive, this would definitely be a great era that would cause everyone to despair. There simply wasn't the slightest bit of hope to speak of. It was extremely difficult for the human race to even find a single saint, and the various ancient clans all had a group of ancient kings overseeing them. The disparity was just too great, and there was simply no way to contend against them. Bathed in multicolored light, their bodies were inlaid with gold. They walked over step by step, and their appearances were all different. Some had a human head and phoenix body, some had a human body and a Chilean head, and some had 36 pairs of divine wings on their backs. There were even some that looked exactly the same as humans. It was clear that they didn't come from the same race, but there was one similarity, and that was that they didn't believe that Great Emperor Wu Shi was still alive. Just like the dragon-head ancient king, they came here to demand an explanation. 7 saint-level existences. Who could stop them? A single sacred tortoise definitely wouldn't do. This was a heaven-overflowing battle prowess that could destroy all enemies. 7 king clans joining forces. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The others still had a belief that Wu Shi was still alive, but he was well aware of the truth. At this moment, his entire body was ice-cold. Who could stop them? This was only the beginning. The 7 ancient kings retracted their might. They weren't as insufferably arrogant as the dragon-head ancient king, forcing all clans to kneel down. However, they were extremely cold, even more apathetic and emotionless. They stood outside the Jade Pool like 7 great mountains. The Jade Pool distinguished meeting is about to begin. The 7 ancient kings have descended, making the distinguished meeting this time flourish greatly. Someone spoke, indirectly flattering them. 7 seniors, please come inside. A human sect master spoke. Even though there was enmity in their hearts, they had no choice but to treat them respectfully. If the reception wasn't good enough, there might be a great disaster. However, the 7 ancient kings stood outside the jade pool, as if they didn't hear anything. They didn't pay them any attention, their faces as cold as ice. The arrival of the various ancient kings has made the distinguished meeting even more dazzling and colorful. This is a cause for celebration. Please enter the jade pool. Another few human sect masters spoke. However, they were still ignored. The 7 ancient kings didn't even give them a single look. They didn't give them any reply, treating them like air. The few human sect masters bowed respectfully. They immediately went rigid. This wasn't humiliation, but rather cold disregard. The other human cultivators' bodies also went cold, feeling the difference between heaven and earth. These 7 ancient kings didn't even give them a single look. Their eyes were full of great changes, as well as callous coldness. It was as if they were facing a group of ants, not having a common language. They didn't purposely look down on them, but this type of eyes from different worlds, their attitude of ignoring them made one's heart even more ice-cold. Ants and giant dragons didn't interact at all. This was what everyone felt. They were in 2 different worlds, and because of this, they were ignored. They couldn't even feel anger. This was a type of indescribable sorrow. The dragon-head ancient king that was beaten to death considered everyone beneath his notice. His temperament was extremely impetuous, making others fear him, but it was difficult for them to respect him. Meanwhile, these 7 ancient kings were different. They were incomparably cold, not uttering a single word, making others feel even more fear. They ignored the humans here, this type of indifference coming from the bottom of their hearts, making everyone even more horrified. I pay my respects to the ancient kings. The heavenly prince walked up and greeted them. Only now did the 7 of them nod their heads, but they still didn't say anything, towering like 7 demonic mountains outside the jade pool. What a great display, 7 ancient kings descending together. If you all came to participate in the jade pool distinguished meeting, why didn't you all come in? The black tortoise appeared, its expression grave. What kind of distinguished meeting is this? Who here can sit together with us and discuss the future of the world, discuss the development prospects of all clans? Finally, an ancient king spoke, incomparably cold. The words he spoke even more so expressed his attitude, which was that he didn't attach any importance to the humans here at all. This really is a cruel law, the weak being food for the strong. Did you all really not wish to enter the jade pool? The black tortoise said. Can you find someone who is on equal footing with us? Another ancient king said ruthlessly. The others seemed to have been frozen solid. They were still ice-cold, still indifferent, not giving the humans here a single look, as if they were facing a group of insignificant ants. Everyone couldn't even feel anger, only feeling sorrow. The difference in strength was too great. These 7 ancient kings weren't trying to show off their might, but rather because everything came from their hearts, instinctively ignoring them. Are you all going to turn me into an ant as well? The black tortoise's expression also became cold, asking with a sunken voice. You killed an ancient king from Hidden Dragon River, still quite strong. We originally wanted to seek guidance from you. There weren't any excessive words. A great battle directly erupted, every step filled with killing intent, the most powerful divine laws clashing right from the start. 1. The black tortoise's offense and defense were natural, not strenuous at all. A claw slapped down, blasting this ancient king back more than 10 steps. Quite strong, add me in and give it a try. Another ancient king walked up, cold like an icehouse. Hong. A great battle erupted again. The black tortoise still occupied the absolute advantage, wishing to kill the 2 of them, turning into a streak of dark light. Quite strong, but how many can you fight alone? 3 more ancient kings walked up together, one of them incomparably powerful, far exceeding ordinary ancient kings, enough to contend against the black tortoise himself. 5 ancient kings took action together. There were 2 even colder ones on the side, not moving at all, indifferently watching the battle. Kill. The black tortoise was furious, but how could a single person stop 5 ancient kings? One of them was too powerful, comparable to him, an exceptional great enemy. Together with the support of the other 4, he was immediately not a match. Peng. The black tortoise suffered 13 heavy blows in succession, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards. If not for the tortoiseshell's defensive strength being astonishing, it would have definitely turned to ashes just now. The black tortoise was defeated, continuously coughing out blood. He crawled up with difficulty, his eyes extremely cold, blazing divine lightning shooting out, walking forward again. Hong. This time, he suffered 19 blows in succession, all of them struck by that ancient king who was far stronger than ordinary people. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, even the black tortoise shell producing a few cracks. Peng. This time, the black tortoise fell onto the ground, only crawling up after exhausting a great deal of strength. The 7 ancient kings were like solid ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years, unmoving, towering in front of them. One of them spoke without any fluctuations of emotion, saying, "When a great clan needs a tortoise to maintain its pitiful dignity, is destruction still that far away?" When these words sounded, all of the humans' expressions changed. This was like a blade stabbing into everyone's hearts. Even the ones who were the most patient couldn't help but roar out right now. Many people felt their mouths tighten, unable to help but roar towards the sky. "Wu Shi is already dead, none of you can count on him." Another cold sentence was spoken. At this time, everyone wanted to rush forward. Even if they were going to die, they still wanted to fight and fight a great battle. However, they discovered with sorrow that they didn't even have the qualifications. The difference was too great, not even on the same order of magnitude. Are you all relying on this tortoise? Can he still fight? Can he still protect your last bit of laughable dignity? An ancient king who hadn't spoken all this time coldly spoke. At this moment, everyone's hot blood surged, wishing they could immediately rush over. If there was a human race great sage who descended from the sky right now, how great would that be? This was everyone's hope in the midst of despair. The meeting of the myriad races is a joke. Is there anyone who is on the same level as us? How can we hold it? Another ancient king said. Everyone's faces were ashen, but they were powerless to refute. There was no one at the same level as them to talk to, which made them angry and helpless. Boom. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the end of the world, merging with the pulse of this world and clearly entering everyone's hearts. The setting sun was like blood, sprinkling down red brilliance that filled the sky, dyeing the earth with a layer of red. At the end of the world, a tall and straight figure was walking over step by step. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was heroic and imposing as he moved forward resolutely. This was a saint who belonged to the human race. His heroic spirit was overwhelming, and his style was peerless. A true saint of the human race. Many of the human race cultivators present actually cried at this moment. It was unknown whether it was because they were excited, happy, or sullen, but hot tears flowed down their cheeks. The human race relied on a tortoise to protect their last dignity, which made them so miserable that they wanted to die. They were mercilessly torn apart by several ancient kings, and it was even more painful than being cut by a knife. Today, they finally saw a saint that belonged to the human race. He merged with heaven and earth, and his white clothes were untainted by a speck of dust. He was extraordinary, and his handsome face was firm and resolute. He was peerless, like an immortal king that had descended into the world. Yi Fan was also excited. After seeing this person, even he couldn't help but tear up. Chapter 8:18. In the setting sun, a man in white was walking over step by step. The glow of the setting sun shone on him, dyeing him with a layer of divine brilliance, making him extraordinary. His appearance touched everyone's heart. Many people roared out loud. Being looked down upon by the 7 ancestral kings from the bottom of their hearts made everyone feel aggrieved. This was a handsome and young face, but the vicissitudes in his eyes indicated that he was no longer a young man. His snow-white robe fluttered in the wind as he stepped on the sunset glow. Like a dream, his splendor and peerless appearance made people want to kneel down and worship him. This wasn't a result of pressure, but rather an emotion that stirred everyone up. Everyone began to cry out loudly, "A saint! A saint that belongs to the human clan." It had been almost 17 or 18 years since they parted. Yi Fan's eyes were sour. He did not expect to see the divine king in white here. He was able to reach this step today all because of Divine King Jiang. He helped him repair the broken path of the divine body, cleansed the great path with the blood of the gods, and helped him break through. It could be said that Divine King Jiang had exchanged all of this for him with his life. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would vanish into the crowd. Divine King. Yi Fan's voice trembled. His steps were unsteady as he walked forward to greet the Divine King. Back then, the Divine King was a hero in his twilight years. He went alone into the great wilderness, only seeking death. This made him very sad, but he was unable to help. Now, he finally appeared in the world again. Yi Fan was extremely excited because the Divine King was the person he respected the most. The Divine King had a head full of white hair that sparkled like snow. His body was tall and strong, and his appearance was peerless. As soon as he appeared, he gave people the feeling of a majestic mountain that could hold up the sky. He made people feel that everything could be withstood, like an immortal pillar that held up the sky. Many people were excited, and many were quietly wiping away their tears. Their eyes were red. After being suppressed for so long, everyone was extremely looking forward to the arrival of a human clan saint. The 7 ancestral kings also had to look back. When they saw this extraordinary person, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their cold expressions froze. Divine King. Yi Fan walked over, paying his respects, almost choking with emotion, his emotions sincere. Get up. Divine King Jiang Taishu personally pulled him up. His white robes were picturesque, and the unparalleled elegance of the past seemed to appear before their eyes, causing everyone's hearts to surge with emotions. There were many kings in the world, but only the white-robed Divine King was crowned with the word peerless. The setting sun dyed the world red. The Divine King's entire body was dazzling as he stood there, illuminating everyone's hearts. It made people feel as if he alone could support the entire sky. God King. A supreme God King. At this moment, no one knew who shouted first, but everyone else followed suit. Their voices shook the heavens and the earth. At this juncture of despair, the arrival of a single person had such an effect. This had ignited the passion of everyone, causing many of the ancient race beings to feel a wave of fear. Meanwhile, the 7 archaic kings also revealed looks of surprise. Dark light flickered within their eyes as they calmly watched. The Divine King was a very unfortunate person. He became famous when he was young, and he had already achieved the 3 executions of the immortal realm. However, the heavens were jealous of his talent, and he was at the peak of his power when he was trapped in the Purple Mountain for 4,000 years. After his return, everything changed. He had lived a heroic life, but he was already past his prime. There was nothing more painful than this. He was originally invincible, but now he was quietly waiting for his life to come to an end. What was even more tragic was that his beloved had died in order to save him. He watched helplessly as, with such a vicissitudes of life and experience, he held the cold corpse of Fairy Rosy Cloud in his arms, and his hair turned white in the bleak sunset. Anyone who understood the Divine King's life would feel moved and sad for him. His life was full of misfortunes, and he was an outstanding person who would make others feel heartache. When he was young, he had killed the Sun Sovereign, one of the Gemini kings of the Central Prefecture, who had already entered the realm of great accomplishment. And not long ago, the battle of the barbarian race's cavalry in the northern plains revealed that he had injured the Dark Devil King, the foundation of the Wang family, causing him to lose the confidence to prove his way. How many other unknown past events were done when he was young? With such a glorious battle record, if he had not wasted 4,000 years, what level would he have grown to? Every time they thought of it, they would sigh and feel pity for the Divine King. This was a true heaven-warping hero. Finally, a saint has appeared, an ancient king said coldly. The scene quieted down. Everyone was paying attention to the white-robed king, or perhaps they should call him the white-robed saint. But from a psychological point of view, people were more willing to call him the white-robed Divine King. This was no longer an achievement, but a unique title. A saint that is not like ordinary people. Among the 7 ancient kings, the only man who had not spoken yet spoke. He frowned slightly and said, "How should I address you?" Jiang Taishu, the Divine King said calmly. His eyes were full of spirit, like the sunset, sparkling brilliantly. He did not have the aura of a saint, nor did he have an intimidating might. But just by standing there, he could share the limelight with the 7 ancient kings. He did not seem to be the slightest bit weaker. This was what everyone felt. No one knew whether it was a misconception or an illusion. Their hearts became extremely certain. The arrival of the divine king was like a stabilizing force, making them feel at ease. Why do I feel that you are different from other saints? An ancient king's cold expression faded, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. We are different. We are of different races, and the Tao we have proven is also different, the divine king said. No, what kind of Tao have you proven? You are definitely stronger than ordinary saints, the ancient king said in a low voice. Everyone present was shocked, especially the ancient races. They were even shocked. For an ancient king to say such words, it was enough to show that the white-robed saint before them was stronger than him. Times have changed. Every human saint is different, divine King Jiang said calmly. However, these words were like a clap of thunder, shocking the ancient kings present. Their expressions changed for the first time. As for the others, only a few people figured out what he meant. Then, they were also shocked. This was the post-primordial era. It was different from the past. The world could not accommodate saints, and no one could prove their Tao. Even king tiers were almost impossible to see. These years had been an era that made the most talented cultivators despair. They had great talent, but they could not cut their Tao. They spent their days in vain, and their hair turned white. They were sorrowful, but they could not achieve anything. It was different before the primordial era. Before the rules of the world changed, king tiers were not rare. Every race had saints. It was much easier to cultivate than it was now. In the present age, king tiers were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. It was even more difficult than becoming a saint in ancient times. With such harsh conditions, how could one take the step of becoming a saint? In these years, those who could cut their Tao 3 times were all amazing. Everyone had their own unique path. It was facilitated by all kinds of great opportunities, and it could not be replicated. Under these circumstances where becoming a saint was not allowed, one had to take that heaven-defying step. How strong of a will and talent did one need? Every saint who became a saint under such circumstances was incomparable. They were different from others. Even if they had only taken the first step, they were still terrifying. This was because they were kings among saints, and they had succeeded under the most impossible conditions. What kind of person was the white-robed divine king? He was crowned with the word peerless, and he had a king physique. With such difficult background conditions, he could be called the King of Kings. Times have changed. An ancient king muttered to himself. His heart was in turmoil. Human saints were almost impossible to see, but as long as one jumped out, they would be extremely stunning and frightening, making them feel fear. The convention of the myriad races is about to begin. Won't you all come in and have a seat? The divine king invited. His hair was white like snow, and he was heroic and imposing. His tone was calm and upright. It's not worth going in and sitting. What kind of convention is it without people who can sit at the same table as you? We're sitting here, and there's no one who can sit at the same table as us. Who can we talk to? An ancient king mercilessly reopened their scars. This made many human cultivators angry, but they could not refute him. If divine King Jiang had not come, this would have been the case. How about I sit and discuss the Tao with you? The white-robed divine king said. You are unordinary. I was just about to experience it. You should pass through us first. An ancient king walked up and immediately took action. Behind him, there were 36 pairs of divine wings. They fluttered together, and suddenly, a heavenly light screen appeared. A heavenly sword soared up and slashed down. This was formed by the boundless divine laws, and it was his strongest attack. In a battle between saints, a single attack could decide victory and defeat, deciding life and death. In this setting sun, Jiang Taishu's entire body was surrounded by golden light. He only made one move, and that was to slash with his fingers. Clang! The heavenly sword snapped under the divine king's 2 fingers, and the divine laws were extinguished like smoke. They turned into a dazzling light and disappeared into the void. Boom! An even more terrifying battle began. This time, there were 6 saints. Apart from an ancient king, they all attacked and suppressed the white-robed divine king together. Thousands and tens of thousands of strands of light intersected and turned into a Tao immortal mace. The sonorous voice of the heavenly Tao rang out in all directions, and all kinds of auspicious qi gushed out and fell down. This was the trump card the 6 saints used together. It competed with the world for fortune, competed with the sun and moon for brilliance, and advanced with peace and slaughter. Boundless light, boundless tribulation, boundless energy, suppress eternally. The 6 of them shouted together. Their voices resounded through the heavens and earth, rumbling and rumbling. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li it traveled. The void in front of them was collapsing. Chaotic light vaguely appeared, and a small world was forcefully cleaved open. There was an additional aura of opening the heavens here. This was a pitilessly powerful attack. The sky was filled with auspicious colors, and divine lotuses appeared on the ground. All kinds of light gathered together to form a divine sea. Everyone collapsed. They weren't attacked, but they couldn't endure the pressure in the sky. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The Supreme Divine King's hands moved. Time seemed to have stopped for him. His white hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was unmoved as he drew out a path. Only Yi Fan understood that he was using the battle saint technique. The number 1 offensive power for the past 5,000 years had once again displayed its brilliance, and this time, the Divine King entered the stage with the identity of a saint. He displayed his unrivaled attack, the most powerful attack. Hong! The world collapsed. A blood-red furnace appeared. It was divine and vast, filling the sky. There were divine birds, suns, and other ancient diagrams carved on it. The multicolored haze was like blood, blossoming brilliantly. All types of laws interweaved beside this sacred furnace, releasing heavenly Tao rumbling sounds. It suppressed downwards, and no one could stop it. What? You brought an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Could this be the Jiang family's eternal universe furnace? Several ancient kings were horrified. Their fine hairs stood on end, and they felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They couldn't resist, and they were continuously pressed down. No, this is an offensive saint technique he evolved, not an emperor weapon. This is too terrifying. An ancient king's entire body went ice-cold. Everyone was shaken. This was earth-shattering. The human cultivators knew that this was definitely the battle saint technique. It had evolved an unrivaled attack. Number 1 offensive power for the past 5,000 years, an unbreakable legend. Everyone was stirred up. After entering the saint realm, the white-clothed divine king became even more invincible. He was still that unrivaled supreme divine king. The various ancient races revealed looks of fear. Everyone was terrified. A single person was suppressing 6 saints. Just what kind of style was this? An unrivaled expert, a king among saints. In the sky, the sacred furnace that filled the sky with scarlet multicolored light was unstoppable. The 6 ancient kings all bent over, about to kneel on the ground. His unrivaled style hadn't diminished in the past. The number 1 offensive power for the past 5,000 years was still an unbreakable legend. The king had a head of white hair that was sparkling like snow. His tall and sturdy body was exceptionally charming. Just by appearing, he gave off a feeling like a majestic mountain that could support the heavens. It made people feel as if everything could be withstood, as if he was an immortal pillar that supported the heavens. Chapter 8:19. The white-robed divine king was still as graceful as before. As he took action, everyone's blood surged. They roared out in response as their blood boiled. In the sky, the blood-colored divine furnace blossomed with boundless light. Scarlet multicolored light curled about, and divine laws were boundless. The great Tao rumbled incessantly. The 6 ancient kings bent their waists and knees. They couldn't bear the divine might, and it was useless even if they resisted together. Every single bone in their body was ringing, about to explode. The world was a boundless expanse. There was light everywhere, and there were natural laws everywhere. A blood-red divine furnace stood there, as large as a mountain, illuminating the sky. Everyone was intimidated. The 6 saints couldn't defeat it even after joining hands. They were about to kneel down and be completely destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The white-robed saint's reputation wasn't undeserved. His battle saint technique was unparalleled, and even the Eternal Universe Emperor furnace had been produced. What else couldn't he do? The 6 saints all cried out and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies bent even more, and if they didn't kneel down, their bodies and Tao would disappear. Finally, the 7th ancient king took action. He was extremely powerful. He turned into a streak of boundless white light, and it was as if a silver river was descending. He merged with the Tao, immortal for 1,000 eras, unbreakable by 10,000 tribulations, boundless Tao techniques, splitting open the heavens and earth. This ancient king was extremely powerful. It was as if he had obtained eternal life within the boundless light. He hacked down with a giant divine axe, wanting to split open the blood furnace in the sky. It was as if he was splitting open the heavens, and chaotic energy rushed out. It had to be said that this person was extremely powerful. The earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, and the aura of a new world rushed over. He hacked apart everything in his way, and chaotic light surged. This wasn't an illusion, but the true power of the absolute beginning. There was an aura of the birth of all living things pervading the air, as if they had returned to the beginning of the Tao. Hong. Facing all of this, the white-robed divine king formed a seal with both hands. Scarlet multicolored light surged, and the resplendent eternal universe furnace rose continuously, directly blocking this axe. 9 divine phoenixes rushed out from the furnace, and a sun appeared on the spot. This was a type of emperor might, and it didn't seem to be produced at all. It was as if a true extreme Tao emperor weapon had arrived. An intense collision ensued. That sun and divine axe collided, and immortal light erupted. The entire world seemed to collapse. Hong. At this moment, everyone lost their hearing and couldn't hear anything. That huge collision sound made many people's ears bleed. Fortunately, they were far enough away, or else everyone would have died and turned into dust. Not even a trace of blood would be left behind. This was a terrifying impact. The sun imprinted on the eternal universe furnace collapsed, and the heaven-splitting axe also crumbled, turning into flowing light. The fluctuations created by the collision were too terrifying. It was as if the 9 heavens had been pierced through. This was a great destruction. A few elders in the jade pool cried out in alarm. A few of the formation patterns outside the Pure Land were almost torn apart. The offensive power of this battle was too incomparable. There were countless formation patterns here. It was a battlefield specially created for saints. There were many ancient stones buried underground, some of which were carved by the Western Emperor. When the Jade Lake moved, not all of these things could be moved here, but the most important ones were brought here. This was a battle between saints, one that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The battlefield that was specially prepared for them had almost been penetrated, and a small mistake had occurred. The 7th saint shouted loudly. His hair danced in the wind and his eyes were wide open in anger. However, he could not block the attack of the 9 divine phoenixes and was suppressed beneath him. Hong. In the sky, the blood-red divine furnace rose high and then fiercely smashed down. This time, it suppressed the 7 ancient kings together. Everyone was stunned. What kind of battle strength was this? One person suppressed 7 saints and occupied the upper hand. This was an exceptional and stunning performance. 4 of the 7 ancient kings had not gone far after entering this realm, but the other 3 were all extremely powerful. The last one was especially terrifying, yet he was still not a match. Rise! The 7 roared loudly. Their voices resounded through the clouds and shook this part of the sky. Their voices traveled tens of thousands of li, and even the laws of heaven and earth trembled. The addition of the 7th saint made them even more terrifying. They actually wanted to lift the blood-colored sacred furnace and shatter it in the void. At this moment, a bloody pillar rushed out from the top of each saint's head. It was as if they were going to pierce through heaven and earth. They were truly going to stake it all and use all of their strength. Ah, the majestic and magnificent roars shook the years and collapsed space. The rumbling sounds were like the galloping of a magnificent army. Deafening wasn't enough to describe it. The angry roars of the seven saints tore through the long river of time. The blood-colored sacred furnace rose and was about to be lifted. The seven saints erupted with incomparable power. Their hair stood on end in anger and their blood chi was like the sea, surging out from the top of their heads. Everyone cried out in alarm. Facing all of this, they were truly afraid. If Divine King Jiang was defeated, who else could stop him? At this moment, the white-robed saint became the only human saint that they could rely on. He was their spiritual pillar. Everyone was terrified and couldn't help but tremble. The human race couldn't afford to lose. They didn't have that many ancient kings and too few saints. Once they died, the consequences would be unimaginable. Heaven bless the Divine King, many people secretly prayed. His white robes fluttered in the wind. Divine King Jiang let out a long roar that shook the surroundings. He descended from the sky and his entire body shone brilliantly as he stepped on the eternal universe furnace. This was an eternal scene. No matter how many years passed, people wouldn't forget it. The peerless Divine King's peerless style was undoubtedly displayed. His robes were whiter than snow. Divine King Jiang Taishu stepped on the eternal universe furnace and descended, suppressing the seven sages. He continued to descend, unmatched. Ah! The seven saints roared and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on each of their bones. They were in despair. This human saint could be called a king among saints. The seven of them couldn't move him even with their combined strength. They were suppressed by someone stepping on the eternal universe furnace. They felt powerless and lost the courage to fight. Are all the post-desolate antiquity era saints so terrifying? The strongest ancient king had the most tenacious willpower, but he was also in despair. Their bodies were ringing. All kinds of laws were reversing and about to destroy their bodies. Moreover, at this moment, their physical bodies couldn't hold on any longer. They were about to kneel down and fall at the feet of the white-robed Divine King in an extremely humiliating posture. The Divine King is invincible. Everyone roared with excited expressions. The terrifying scene of defeat didn't appear. The white-robed Divine King's peerless style actually suppressed the seven saints with his own strength. Peerless Divine King, although he should be called the white-robed saint, people were more used to calling him the peerless Divine King because this could better show how extraordinary he was. His white clothes fluttered. The Divine King Jiang Taishu stood on the scarlet blood divine furnace, illuminating the heavens. It was as if he had reached the summit alone, looking down on all the other mountains. The seven saints were all kneeling below the divine furnace. This was a spirit of heaven as a cliff and he as the peak. He looked down on the boundless earth, and even the saints had fallen and had to kneel at his feet. This eternal scene, no matter how many years had passed, was imprinted in people's hearts and couldn't be erased. Ah! The seven saints were on the verge of death. They couldn't endure this kind of pressure and roared at the sky. However, at this moment, the white-robed Divine King smiled brilliantly and withdrew his supreme might. He dissolved the eternal universe furnace and restrained all of his aura. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He stood alone in the void and didn't kill the seven saints. He didn't make them kneel down in humiliation either. The world became quiet and everyone was dumbfounded. Even the seven saints didn't know what was going on. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say or do. No one would have thought that the white-robed Divine King would stop at the crucial moment and not transform the divine furnace. Everyone knew that he definitely could have killed the seven saints just now. Moreover, he could have made them die on their knees in humiliation. Their illustrious reputation would have gone down the drain and become his own supreme might and prestige. However, he didn't do that. His expression was calm as he stood alone in the sunset. His style was outstanding. The faces of the various archaic tribes turned pale. 7 saints had been defeated by a single person just like that. It was shocking and many people's legs went soft. "Why didn't you take action?" An ancient king asked in a low voice. "When will we be able to kill if we continue like this?" This is a distinguished meeting of the myriad races, not a massacre, the divine king replied. The 7 ancient kings became silent. They found it hard to calm down. There was bitterness and disappointment. They were defeated just like that. He displayed his strength but didn't use it to be domineering. He is a true king. His future path is destined to be much further than ours. An ancient king sighed softly. Many human cultivators didn't understand. Why didn't they kill the saints? That way, they would have one less terrifying enemy. Very few people understood the heart of a divine king. We have lost. Thank you for not killing us. At this moment, the 7 saints actually bowed together, shocking everyone. Regardless of whether it was the ancient races or the humans, they were all stupefied. Such powerful ancient kings had unyielding pride. They didn't respect the heavens, didn't bow to the earth, and even more so wouldn't bow to those at the same level. In this world, unless the ancient emperors were reborn, they wouldn't bow to anyone. However, at this moment, they lowered their heads to the divine king. What was a true king? To make even their great enemies have to pay respect, to feel reverence and incomparable admiration. The white-robed divine king gave the best explanation. To make the ancient kings bow, to make the archaic saints bow, this was an unimaginable glory. Who in this world could do this? In this battle, the white-robed divine king didn't kill a single enemy. His clothes weren't stained with blood, but his name was destined to shake the world and alarm all races. Everyone had to revere him. We have underestimated the human race. You are a true king. The 7 saints bowed to the divine king again and turned to leave. Everyone was dumbfounded. Since the ancient times, how many people could enjoy such respectful etiquette? Everyone pondered for a moment and understood. The divine king was right not to kill them. He could kill these 7 whenever he wanted to, but if he did, the various races of the supreme ancient immortal realms would go crazy for revenge. The human race wouldn't be able to defend against this. Using not killing to intimidate others was far more intimidating than displaying martial prowess and tyranny. The few of you have already arrived at the Jade Lake. Why don't you all go in and have a good chat? The divine king urged. The figures of the 7 ancient kings froze. After a moment of hesitation, they turned back and entered the Pure Land together with the white-robed divine king. Don't look down on us acting together. If we can't even pass this trial, the human race would truly have no more hope. Not only do we not believe that Wu Shi is still alive, there are also some even more powerful people. They should all come tomorrow. The 7 ancient kings weren't ashamed of joining hands to deal with the enemy. They very frankly spoke the truth. The 7 of them regained their coldness. They weren't as impetuous as the dragon-head ancient king. They only sat opposite the white-robed divine king and ignored the others. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Because at the instant the sun rose, an unknown fate would be waiting for everyone. Could the divine king fight against the world alone? Many people felt their hearts heavy when they thought of this question. They found it hard to sleep. They felt that this night was extremely long and hoped that it would last forever. Chapter 8:20. This night was very long, as if it would never end. No one knew what would happen the next day. Many people couldn't sleep at all. Their faces were haggard and worried. It was difficult to endure. Finally, dawn broke. A ray of light rose from the east, piercing through the mist and shining into the jade pool. The bright red sun overflowed with splendor. The Pure Land was shrouded in mist, and the morning dew, tender leaves, lake ripples, and bright petals were all flickering with luster. Fresh air blew into their faces. The mist in the mountains was multicolored under the sunlight. It was enshrouded in mist, and it was extremely beautiful and peaceful. However, on such a lively morning, everyone's heart was heavy. What should have come was finally coming. The gathering of all races was about to begin, and powerful ancient kings were about to descend. On a cliff, the white-robed divine king sat cross-legged. He breathed in and out while facing the morning glow. He was otherworldly and untainted by dust. Yi Fan was beside him, narrating the events of the past 10 years in detail. Tonight, Yi Fan was able to sit together with divine King Jiang, which made many cultivators envious. This was something that people yearned for but could not achieve. He was like a god. On another cliff, the 7 ancient kings were also sitting cross-legged. Their expressions were indifferent, and there were no fluctuations in their emotions. Only when the morning glow rose did they open their eyes at the same time. "It's about to come," said an ancient king. When these words were spoken, everyone was pulled back to reality. They were about to face a tremendous storm. The powerful ancestral king appeared, and they didn't believe that great emperor without beginning was still alive. There was definitely going to be a shocking clash. Everyone's hearts were clouded. They stood motionlessly on the ground, waiting for that moment to arrive. It was heavy and oppressive, and they almost stopped breathing. Finally, the divine bell rang. An extremely powerful saint had arrived and entered the Pure Land. He needed the masters of each sect to welcome him. What should have come had finally come. No matter what, they couldn't avoid it. Whether it was a great world of symbiosis or a chaotic world of darkness, it would all be revealed today. At this moment, no one could remain calm. This was a negotiation that could be recorded in the annals of history. It concerned the future of all races, and its effects were far-reaching. Peace negotiation. That's the only word a weak race can use. "What do you have to negotiate with me?" A clear and cold voice came from outside the Pure Land. It didn't leave them any face. Under the morning radiance, 3 tall figures walked over, their steps like that of dragons and tigers. They all wore battle clothes that were icy cold, flickering with metallic luster. Their armors were all forged from divine gold, all of them holy grade. Behind him, a few more people appeared, radiance shining in all directions. "Very well, all my old friends are here. Let's go to the Jade Lake together and see who can sit down and talk with us." Everyone was horrified. There were a total of 11 saints that came personally, and all of them had overflowing magical power. They were like living deities that came from the ancient earth. "Let's enter the Jade Lake and see what's so special about the inheritance left by the West Emperor." They did not come with good intentions. Although the 11 ancient kings did not show any signs of surprise, when they came together, they covered the sky and covered the earth. People could not even stand straight, and almost all of them knelt on the ground. Everyone was horrified. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but more than 10 of them. Even if a divine king was unmatched, how could he contend against so many people? Everyone was in despair. This was not a confrontation of equals at all. If a great battle really broke out, these people would definitely have an overwhelming advantage. Moreover, this was not all. There were definitely more people behind them. Above the heavens, a thick and heavy green pillar of energy descended. The immortal Tear's green-gold pagoda towered in a small world, faintly discernible and surging with primal chaos. The aura of an ancient great emperor. Is that the legendary West Emperor pagoda? I can't see it clearly. I really want to hold it in my palm and take a closer look. One of the ancient kings laughed coldly after looking up. Everyone was greatly shaken. Was this a provocation? Perhaps in the near future, something like this would really happen. They would attack the human race's important land and seize the emperor weapon, an ancient king reminded. If they said a few words less and this pagoda descended, they would all turn into ashes. Meanwhile, another saint said that the Jade Lake could do as they pleased. At the very least, there were 2 ancient emperor weapons aimed at this place. If they really took action, it would be hard to say who would turn into ashes. After these 11 people came in, they didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure facing the West Emperor pagoda. They acted as if there was no one else around and gave pointers to the Jade Lake Pure Land. The humans here all trembled in fear. They had come prepared. 2 ancient emperor weapons were pointed at the Jade Lake. It was earth-shattering. If they really fought, the West Emperor pagoda might even be destroyed. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario, but it wasn't impossible. The weapons of ancient great emperors clashed. No one could bear that kind of price. The pressure in everyone's hearts was as great as a mountain, almost suffocating them. On the heaven-connecting platform, there was a broken mountain over 1,000 jong tall. Not a single blade of grass grew on it. It was as if a great mountain had been cut in half. The broken part was a vast and boundless sky platform. It was said that this was originally the highest mountain in the North region. It was personally cut into a platform by the West Emperor. Even though it was broken, it was still incomparably majestic. It had the aura of a king among mountains. It could be used as a martial arena or a public square to discuss official matters. No matter how many people came, it could accommodate them all because of the West Emperor patterns. Back then, when the Jade Lake moved, it took a great deal of effort to move this mountain into the Pure Land. At the center of the heaven-connecting platform, the white-robed divine king sat cross-legged. Behind him were many sect masters of the human race, and opposite him were 7 ancient kings and many ancient race experts. At the edge of the broken mountain, a black-faced daoist stood with his hands behind his back. He was preparing to welcome the 11 ancient kings. He was the black tortoise of the barbarian race. I was wondering how strong the human race was and how they had to have some confidence in convening the meeting of the 10,000 races. But what did I see? Just you, one man and one tortoise, dare to sit on the high platform? Cold smiles and emotionless expressions. The 11 ancient kings arrived on the heaven-connecting platform. They looked around coldly and a hint of killing intent appeared at the corner of their mouths. Not long ago, this humble daoist used the Overlord's divine fist to kill an ancestral king who didn't open his eyes. The daoist, transformed from the black tortoise, said with a serious expression. The temperature dropped rapidly and cold killing intent filled the air. The 11 ancient kings looked over and stared at the black tortoise. Their expressions were incomparably cold and their gazes were like knives. The atmosphere was extremely tense at the start. A great battle could erupt at any moment. Many beings were trembling in fear. Should the two of us go over as well? Beside the heavenly prince, the 2 ancient kings glanced at each other and asked for each other's opinion. However, they didn't take action in the end. It's just a tortoise. The human race really can't make it, an ancient king said. He was clearly provoking them and had come specifically to kill. But killing you is a little overkill. The black tortoise raised its head and said, "You have come from afar, why don't you sit down and have a chat?" The white-robed divine king said. The black tortoise turned around and left its butt to them. It walked back and sat on the ground. Talk. What is there to talk about? Can you humans sit on equal footing with us? An ancient king walked over with large strides. He was very unyielding. He only had one goal, and that was to fight and kill all the saints of the human race. What do you think is considered to be on equal footing? And why have you come? The white-robed divine king didn't get angry and asked calmly. You will never have the qualifications to sit on equal footing with us. Just you, one man and one tortoise, are far from enough. Another ancient king stepped forward. If the great emperor comes, do you all have the qualifications? I'm afraid you should just scram as far away as you can. The black tortoise was furious. Let's not talk about strength. Just in terms of numbers, the great human race only produced a single saint. In the end, you still have to drag a tortoise with you. What future prospects do you have? How can you be on equal footing with us? The ancient king at the front clearly wanted to fight. The corners of his lips revealed a cold smile. The weak race has no right to speak. There's nothing to say. Another ancient king was even more direct. 3 of the 11 ancient kings were so overbearing, pouring salt on the human race's wounds. They had no intention of sitting down and talking at all. At this time, the atmosphere on the heaven-connecting platform was tense to the extreme. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. There was no hope for peace talks. This didn't involve reasoning, but rather a question of whether they had the qualifications or not. Among the 11 saints, one of them who hadn't spoken all this time spoke up at this time. Things have already developed to this point. We can only fight. We only came a step earlier. There are still powerful ancient kings behind us. If they are killed by us, what is there to talk about? At this point, it was already unavoidable. If they wanted to negotiate, they had to first fight out the qualifications. All right then, let's fight here. The white-robed divine king was very straightforward and didn't say anything else. I've been impatient for a long time. The 3 ancient kings clad in divine iron robes came to the front. It was them who had been overbearing just now. Behind them, the ancient kings hesitated for a moment. In the end, they didn't go forward and chose to watch the battle. This battle will be a battle of life and death. If you die, there's nothing to talk about. Everything will end here, one of them said unyieldingly. They were all wearing saint robes that were close to the level of sacred weapons. To be able to refine them to this level was quite terrifying. There were many saints since ancient times, but the sacred weapons left behind were too rare. Is this the battle platform carved by the Western Emperor? Not bad. How many years has it been since I've tasted the blood of a human saint? The three ancient kings transformed into demons. The bone spikes on their backs shot into the sky, looking incomparably sinister. The white-robed divine king went forward and started a great battle in a flash. He rushed together with the three, the boundless divine law cutting through the air. It had to be said that these three were all extremely powerful. They had walked very far on the path of saints and were far superior to ordinary ancient kings. Even though the white-robed divine king was extremely talented, he didn't have the upper hand in a one-on-one battle. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of exchanges had passed, and God knew how many times the divine laws had attacked. In the primordial era, the human race was the subsidiary race of a few powerful races. Only with their protection could we survive. After so many years, nothing has changed. We're destined to kneel at the feet of the powerful races. An ancient king sneered. He intentionally disturbed the divine king's state of mind and caused fluctuations in his divine laws so that he could find an opportunity to attack. All right, a battle of life and death, the divine king said. He was still incomparably calm, but his attacks were even more terrifying. Kill. The divine laws of the three saints suddenly merged into one and turned into a golden god. It shone with boundless radiance and pressed down on the heaven-connecting platform, suppressing forward. Boom. Divine King Jiang Taishu waved his fist, creating a monstrous wave. His right fist turned into the eternal universe furnace, passing through the body of a god and smashing an ancient king. Boom. Next, he waved his fists again. Both fists turned into the eternal universe furnace, and each punch blew up the remaining two. Blood rained down from the sky and turned into boundless bloody light. The ancestral king's blood dyed the high platform red. Not killing divine kings didn't mean that no one else was killed. Chapter 8:21. The cold wind, the scarlet blood, the shattered bones, and the bright red Tao platform. The divine king stood alone in the center of the field, his white clothes pure and untainted by a single drop of blood. It was a shocking sight. Absolute silence. It was a ghastly sight. The three ancient kings had been crushed to pieces, their bodies dead and Tao extinguished. Many people's bodies spasmed and their souls trembled, wanting to leave their bodies. The divine king didn't kill anyone, but it didn't mean he didn't kill anyone. The previous 7 ancient kings were cold and had the right to be so, but they didn't deliberately say anything. However, these 3 had humiliated the human race to the extreme and were all killed by the divine king in white. Even if such people were spared, they wouldn't feel any gratitude and might even become worse. Can everyone sit down and have a chat? The divine king stood on the bloody platform and spoke to the 8 ancient kings in front of him. It was impossible to say that they weren't shocked. The 3 just now could be considered experts among the ancient kings, but they had all been killed. The other 8 were all silent. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Unbridled laughter rang out, causing the sky to tremble and the sound to travel tens of thousands of miles. At the end of the horizon, 2 ancient kings suddenly appeared. Their magic power was overflowing, and their essence, energy, and spirit were surging like a divine sea, drowning out the entire world. These 2 saints were very powerful. They were like eagles and wolves, as if 2 gods had descended into the human world and looked down on the world. One of them was laughing loudly, like the rumbling of the divine drum of the celestial court, causing the surroundings to collapse and the earth to cave in. It was obvious that these 2 demon-like figures had come with ill intentions. Everyone gasped. Just how many ancient kings were there? How were they going to continue fighting? 3 had died, and now 2 more had come. The meeting of the myriad races originally wanted to negotiate, but some of the ancient kings didn't believe that Wuxia was still alive and wanted to take action. This was just the beginning. Would more people come? I didn't come too late, did I? A cold voice came from outside the Pure Land. Another ancient king had arrived and entered the jade pool. He had divine wings on his back and dragon horns on his head. His appearance was similar to a human's. On the sky connecting platform, there was only silence. No one spoke, which made people despair. Up until now, only the ancient kings had appeared, and the human race didn't even have a second saint. What to do? How were they going to continue fighting? Even if the white-robed God King was the reincarnation of a battle god, he would not be able to defeat so many ancient kings. Who knew how many more would come? 1, 2. Time flowed on. Everyone silently counted. Their bodies were all cold as the number of ancient kings continued to increase. Early this morning, there were already 17 ancient kings standing side by side on the heaven-connecting platform. The auras they released made the skies rumble. It was just too shocking. Furthermore, there was only the white-robed divine king. How was he supposed to fight against so many ancient kings? Everyone felt bitter in their hearts. The difference was too great. A gust of wind blew past. Everyone wrapped themselves tightly in their clothes as they felt exceptionally cold. It was as if late autumn had arrived, and the bleakness of the night swept through everyone's hearts. These were existences similar to ancient sages, and there were 17 of them. Just the thought of it made one lose the will to fight. The white-robed God King was also human. This was a situation of certain death. Who could help him? Everyone felt a sense of helplessness. No matter how they struggled, they could not see a trace of hope. There were too many ancient kings, causing everyone to feel despair. Moreover, this didn't include the 7 ancient kings that had already arrived yesterday. Even though they had a trace of respect for the divine kings, they still sat on the other side. However, it still made people shiver in fear. This was a situation that made people's hearts turn cold. No one said anything, and they couldn't even release a sigh. They didn't even have the strength to raise their heads. It really is a bit disappointing. Is the human race inferior to the archaic era? I remember there were still a few saints back then. Is there only one in the entire world now? Following these cold words, an ancient king descended from the sky. He was like an evil god that broke through the underworld's cage. He carried with him heaven overflowing demonic energy, and his bat wings were pitch black like ink. The great underworld ancestral king also came. Even many ancient kings were shocked. They took a few steps back. It was clear that his identity was not ordinary. Chong. A light cry sounded in the sky. A streak of blood lightning descended from the sky, drawing out an expanse of dazzling bloody radiance. It stabbed into the heaven-connecting platform and rang with zhang-zhang sounds. This was a dragon spear that was scarlet like blood. A horned dragon coiled around it, and it spat out a bright red spear point. It was extremely intimidating. A queen descended. Her skin was wheat-colored, and her body was fit and beautiful. She was extremely tall, but she was also surging with killing intent. She had a head of red hair, and even her eyes were blood-colored. She held the dragon's spear. The blood-lightning ancient king also came. Meanwhile, the various clans here were all horrified. They felt great reverence, and all of them backed up. This was an expert whose name had spread throughout the world. Few people dared to provoke him. How boring. A cold snort sounded from the void. A male wearing bronze armor walked over step by step. The great Tao resonated around him. Everyone was shocked. The bronze armor he wore was a true holy artifact, and it was enough to prove his terrifying identity. Since the ancient times, before the saints passed away, they all had their own weapons. However, those that could truly leave behind holy artifacts were too rare. This was also a type of proof and symbol of strength. The green vine ancestor has arrived. A few ancient creatures couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was an individual that could make all sides tremble with just a stamp of his foot during the archaic years. The hearts of the human experts here were like dead ashes. They felt that there wasn't the slightest bit of hope. From the reactions of the various clans, One could see just how terrifying the three ancient kings that came later were. Suddenly, the horizon became resplendent. An ancient king was born along with the multicolored light of dawn. He was dazzling, and it was as if he had walked out from the rising sun. He was surrounded by a divine ring, and he was incomparably divine. We want to see how Wuxia will display a miracle. He stepped onto the sky-connecting platform. Blazing splendor burned around him like a sun god. He didn't come with good intentions, and it was clear that he didn't come to participate in the distinguished meeting. As soon as he appeared, the other ancient kings were all shaken. They couldn't help but take a step back. It was clear that he had an extremely high status. That's the vast sun ancestral king. The knowledgeable individuals from the ancient clans all cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This was a vicious individual that lived up to his name. During the archaic years, his battle accomplishments were extremely glorious. On the sky-connecting platform, terrifying divine bodies emitted an aura that could collapse the heavens. There were a total of 21 figures that made everyone's hearts tremble. Among them, the four most powerful ancient kings stood side by side at the very front. They were respectively the Great Underworld Ancestral King, the Lightning Blood Ancestral King, the Green Vine Ancestral King, and the Vast Sun Ancestral King. These four were the last to arrive, and even the other ancient kings felt a bit of reverence towards them. They were all experts whose names shook the world during the archaic years. Every single one of them had killed until rivers of blood flowed and corpses piled up into mountains. All races feared them. When this group of ancient kings gathered together, forget about fighting, just the aura they released was enough to collapse the great earth and cause rivers of blood to flow. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was only a single divine king in clothes purer than snow. He was facing so many people alone. This was an unequal confrontation, and the disparity was too great. What should they do? This was a path of no return. Unless a divine king corroborated the Tao, there was no way he could contend against them. If a battle truly broke out today, his undefeatable legend would definitely be shattered. Moreover, he was going to use up every last drop of divine blood. Those who should have come had more or less arrived. This kind of contrast made the hearts of the humans turn cold. Their faces were ashen, and they gave up on their last bit of hope. The black tortoise didn't move because the 7 ancient kings beside it also didn't move. They sat there cross-legged and had already made it clear that they wouldn't make a move. If the divine king could pass this stage, they would turn around and leave. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart. The divine silkworm princess had told him that some ancient kings would come to demand an explanation. He didn't expect it to be such a group. The divine king's bravery spoke for itself, but even if he was a war god, he couldn't stop so many saints. Moreover, the 4 ancient kings at the very front were so different. Secret of all, will you be able to display your splendor today? He muttered to himself. Before dawn broke, he told this secret to the divine king. Among the 9 secrets, this secret was the simplest. There was no need to comprehend it. It was just a mysterious key that could be used as long as one remembered it. The Green Vine ancient king was wearing a bronze battle robe. His expression was calm as he said, "You haven't gone far on the path of saints, but you have battle prowess that can catch up to us. Those who have become saints in this era are indeed not simple." As soon as these words were said, the experts of all races were shocked. This was the first time they knew the strength of the white-robed divine king. He was about to catch up to the 4 ancient kings whose names shook the ancient times. However, when the human cultivators heard these words, their bodies turned cold. Although the divine king was brave, he couldn't compare to the other party. Moreover, there were 4 of them. A cool breeze blew over. The divine king's white robe fluttered as he stood quietly at the center of the Tao platform. He faced more than 20 ancient ancestral kings alone, his expression unchanged from beginning to end. "You are a hero, but it's unrealistic to fight against 10,000 races alone," said the vast sun ancient king, whose entire body was submerged in divine light like a sun god. "So many ancient kings, it's really admirable." The white-robed divine king sighed and said, "If I don't act, you will. There's no choice. You know it's impossible, but you still want to die. Among the 4 ancient kings, the only queen spoke. Her name was Bloodlightning, her figure was fit and beautiful. She held a dragon spear in her hand and her killing intent was the heaviest. The white-robed divine king didn't say anything. If you want to sit down and talk, you need to have the qualifications. How can you compete with us alone? An ancestral king coldly spoke from the back. This world is very cruel. If you want to have the right to speak, you must display an equivalent strength. The ancient underworld king coldly spoke. The bat wings on his back flapped, and a torrential demonic chi surged, terrifying to the extreme. Is there no other choice? Then let's fight. The voice of the white-robed divine king was very soft, but it was earth-shattering, causing everyone's ears to ring. How could he fight against so many ancestral kings alone? Everyone was stunned. This was a situation of certain death. There was no hope of survival at all, yet he chose to do so. He was practically going to die. You overestimate yourself. Do you think you are the quasi-emperor? How dare you say such words? Everyone, it's better if you kill him as soon as possible. The blood of the human race's saint. What a nostalgic taste. How many years has it been since the archaic era passed away? You want to defeat the myriad races by yourself. This is simply courting death. Let's fulfill your wish, you laughable human. After this battle, the various races will rule the world and sweep away all ants. Just like in the archaic era, only the true kings will be able to rule this land. Behind him, a few ancient kings said in a cold and bone-chilling tone. Meanwhile, the 4 ancient kings whose names shook the archaic era didn't say a single word. They all felt an unusual atmosphere. The white-robed divine king sat cross-legged in the air. An ancient zither appeared before him. He gently plucked the strings, emitting a wonderful sound that resounded through the world. Divine Overture. In the back, Yi Fan's eyes were red. His entire body was trembling. Back then, when the divine king helped him reconnect the broken path of his divine physique, he ultimately emitted this kind of sound. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let something like this happen a second time. The divine overture was only the beginning. If it evolved into a true divine melody, he would obtain a power close to that of a deity. Ding dong! Suddenly, the melody connected together. The heavenly Tao resonated, moving in a leisurely manner. The sound traveled tens of thousands of li into the mountains and rivers. Divine melody. This is a true divine melody. Yi Fan's voice trembled. Flower petals fluttered in the air. They were sparkling and fell between heaven and earth. A sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils, making the white-robed divine king seem even more otherworldly and untainted by the aura of the mortal world. Kill him. In the back, an ancient king shouted and rushed forward. Pu. A figure exploded, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. The sparkling flower petals were dyed red. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. What is going on? This power. Another ancient king roared. He rushed forward, but he couldn't even move. With a Pu sound, he also turned into a rain of blood. Flower petals danced in the sky. The divine overture shook the 9 heavens. The flower petals were dyed red, stunning the world. Chapter 8:22. Within the Jade Lake, there were clear lakes, towering peaks that pierced into the clouds, vast waterfalls, quiet bamboo forests, and varied sceneries. At this moment, the sky was filled with a rain of flowers. Zither music rang out, ringing through this pure land. It was auspicious and tranquil. However, all the cultivators were drenched in cold sweat, drenching their clothes. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe, because the heaven-reaching platform contained a world-shaking killing intent. Petals fell in profusion and a sweet fragrance filled the air. They danced about in the air, sparkling and translucent as they lingered around the white-clothed divine king. He gently plucked the zither strings, playing the supreme truths of the world, containing the aura of the universe at its beginning. Pop! Another ancient king that rushed over was smashed to pieces. Fresh blood bloomed, dyeing the beautiful rain of flowers red. The fragrance of life bloomed, scattering along with the cool breeze. Piece after piece, the sky was filled with sparkling and fragrant flowers that flickered with the radiance of life. The pure white petals that were stained with blood continuously drifted down. Pop! Another light sound rang out. Over 100 flowers of blood bloomed. The fourth ancient king that rushed over exploded. Scarlet blood dyed the sky red. His corpse was torn apart and fell onto the heaven-reaching platform. This was a magnificent scene, but it also had a blood-soaked elegance. Amidst the peace and tranquility, a terrifying sharpness blossomed. The white-clothed divine king played a divine song, causing everyone to be shocked and terrified. In the blink of an eye, 4 ancient kings were torn to pieces, turning into fleeting clouds. With such destructive power, how could people not be shocked? He sat alone at the front, as if he could block a magnificent army. With a single person sitting there, the group of kings couldn't get through, intimidating more than 20 ancient kings. The white-clothed divine king didn't move, allowing the rain of flowers to swirl about. His gaze was deep as he stared at the ancient kings before him. The world was extremely quiet, only the sound of falling flowers could be heard. A divine song was born. Not only were the humans shocked, even the various ancient tribes were stunned. Then, they felt incomparable fear. This song wasn't completely related to one's cultivation. It was the embodiment of one's state of mind. It contained one's understanding towards the Tao, as well as one's comprehension towards the world of mortals. Although the sublimation of one's spiritual realm couldn't represent one's full combat strength, it was the embodiment of a cultivator's strongest potential. Sublimation to the extreme might one day illuminate the world. The white-robed God-King's fate was full of misfortune. He had spent half his life alone and his entire life miserable. He had far too many regrets after losing his beauty. Perhaps it was exactly because of this that he comprehended the divine melody that almost no one had ever been able to set foot in. After a long silence, Ting Ching, one of the 4 ancestors, sighed and said, "Very good." The divine melody appeared once in the immemorial era and shocked both the past and present. At that time, I had never heard of it, but today, I have the fortune to see it. Although it is only the beginning, it is enough to shock the heavens and make the gods weep. When the music sounded, 4 ancestral kings were instantly killed. Who wouldn't be shocked? This was a world-shocking murderous song, yet it was so peaceful. Everyone didn't know if they should enjoy it, or if they should tremble in fear. He is extremely powerful, but in the end, he is only one person. Green Vine Ancient King, please take action and kill this person. An ancient king spoke from the back. The others also felt a sense of pressure. They asked the 4 ancient kings to attack together and kill the human saint. I'm looking forward to it. All of you, step back. The Green Vine Ancient King stepped forward. The bronze armor on his body flickered with a cold luster. This was a true saint weapon that had been passed down through the ages. He pressed forward step by step. His expression was indifferent and no fluctuations could be seen. Only a trace of fervor occasionally flashed through his eyes, as if he was staring at his prey. Green Vine Ancient King is eager to hunt and wants to break through to a higher realm. Could it be that he wants to use an incomplete divine melody to cross the tribulation and complete his body? The ancient underworld king said in a deep voice. He is playing with fire. The lightning blood ancient king was the only female. She held a scarlet and sparkling dragon spear in her hand and said coldly. Her killing intent was the strongest. Chong. A beam of light appeared in the Green Vine Ancient King's hand. It was 1 jong long and quickly turned into a dragon spear. Its shape was similar to the Lightning Blood Queen's and it was similarly intimidating. The Lightning Blood Ancient King snorted coldly after seeing him imitate his weapon. He didn't say anything else and quietly watched from the back. A talent rarely seen in 1,000 generations. I hope you won't disappoint me. I haven't felt such joy in many years. Even if you can give me a bit of pressure, it's fine. The Bronze Ancient King walked forward. A sinister radiance appeared on his face. He was fervent and thirsty as if he was excited to hunt. Wang. The dragon spear was like a streak of blood-colored lightning as it pierced through the void. His movements were too fast. He was like a sphere of light as he advanced with the dragon spear in hand. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Sparks flew in all directions and Tao marks appeared. All types of light flickered on the sky-connecting platform. Countless divine laws rushed out as the two clashed intensely. The divine king's hands moved. Countless strands shot out from the ancient zither and turned into streaks of Tao light. They collided with the dragon's spear and released a heaven-shaking sound that traveled tens of thousands of li. What a powerful divine melody! The green vine ancient king sighed in admiration. He held the dragon's spear with both hands and his body turned into a streak of green radiance. He forcefully pierced forward and aimed straight for the divine king's forehead. Everyone cried out in alarm. This spear was too tyrannical. It illuminated the heavens and no one could open their eyes. It was as if it could pierce down the sun from the heavens. Its divine might was matchless. It surpassed the restraints of space and unlocked the shackles of time. In that instant, it was breathtaking and illuminated the ages. Not even the white-robed divine king's zither light screen could defend against it. The dragon's spear was unmatched as it pierced through everything in its path. A ghastly strand of blood appeared between the white-robed divine king's brows as it dripped down. The instant the dragon's spear's radiance disappeared, everyone cried out in alarm. After seeing this scene, every single human cultivator felt their bodies go cold. Was the divine king killed? Meanwhile, the ancient races were shaken. The green vine ancient king whose name shook the archaic era was terrifying after all. The might of his spear was unparalleled under the heavens. He was worthy of being a king among saints, someone who looked down on the archaic era. Kaye. A light sound rang out. The divine king's two fingers snapped the dragon spear in half. The spearhead was less than an inch away from the space between his brows. The divine laws rushed forward, but they couldn't get any closer. Boom. The white-robed divine king's left hand pressed down on the zither. Tens of thousands of beams of light shot out towards the green vine ancient king, forcing him to retreat with lightning speed as he evaded this attack. How powerful. He didn't disappoint me. He's worth making a move. The green vine ancient king spoke. The various ancient tribes were all shocked. The human cultivators were all on the verge of collapsing. They all let out a long breath. Just now, the white-robed divine king's life was in danger, causing everyone to be on tenterhooks. And now, there was only a single human saint here. Divine King Jiang had become their spiritual pillar, the only saint they could rely on. The battle between the ancient saints began. They fought in the void. This was an application of the Tao, a comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. A single strike could destroy mountains and rivers for tens of thousands of li. If it wasn't for the heaven-connecting platform being carved by the Western Emperor and having the runes of ancient great emperors carved on it, it would have long collapsed into dust. Only this type of martial arena could withstand their battle. Great Earth Teng King. In the blink of an eye, 500 exchanges had already passed. The green vine ancient king released a great roar. 49 dragon spears appeared in all directions. It was unknown how many times more terrifying it was than before. The sky was filled with spear shadows and divine radiance. It was as if the stars in the sky were trembling. This world was collapsing. Primal chaos pervaded the air and nothing existed anymore. Everything ahead returned to the beginning of heaven and earth. The green vine ancient king is terrifying after all, worthy of being a king among saints. There are few who are his match. In the back, there were ancient kings who all sighed in admiration. Such a world-shocking strike, other than ancestor vast sun, blood lightning, and great underworld ancestor kings, the others all admitted that they couldn't take it. If they faced it head-on, they would undoubtedly die. Ding! A zither sound tore through the primal chaos. The heaven-connecting platform reappeared. The white-robed divine king was still seated there, playing the zither. Divine laws erupted one after another. Apart from a trace of blood between his brows, he was completely unharmed. What? He's unharmed? Everyone was shocked. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. The green vine ancient king calmly spoke, but he became even more terrifying. A phoenix wing golden rancer appeared in his hand. Although it wasn't a holy artifact, it was still intimidating enough. It was as if a divine phoenix was imprisoned in his hand. Kill. At this moment, an even more intense great battle began. 800 exchanges passed in the blink of an eye. The two were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine victory or defeat. "It's time to end this battle," the Green Vine Ancient King roared loudly. The Phoenix Wing Golden Rancer hacked down with woo-woo sounds, opening up small worlds one after another and crushing downwards. This was the power of the world. Since the ancient times, there were many ancient kings, but those who could reach this realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. At this moment, the primal chaos surging forward violently. Zheng, 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 Zheng the white-robed divine king stroked the zither. It was no longer auspicious, but instead ringing with zhang-zheng sounds. Every time the zither string was plucked, it would be like a sword cry, resounding through the heavens. Streak after streak of terrifying radiance shot out, slashing out with immeasurable Tao laws. One could see that the divine sound turned into the light of the beginning, crisscrossing about. Its offensive power was heaven-defying. "Ah!" the Green Vine Ancient King cried out loudly, flying outwards. The Phoenix Wing Golden Rancer in his hand was hacked into 10 pieces, falling onto the ground like scrap metal. What? The Green Vine Ancient King was defeated. How could this person be so powerful? Forget about the various ancient races, even those ancient kings were horrified. Green Vine Ancient King had shaken the entire ancient era. With a stamp of his foot, clouds would move in all directions, yet now, even his weapon was destroyed. Chong! Green Vine Ancient King leapt up. His expression was cold, but there wasn't a trace of injury on him. The bronze battle clothes on his body flickered with a cold luster, intimidating one's soul. "I have the sacred clothes that have been passed down through generations. You will never be able to break through it. I want to see how you will fight again," Green Vine Ancient King shouted. His entire body shone, piercing through heaven and earth. Then, he brandished his fist, brandishing out immeasurable divine laws as he slaughtered forward. Sacred weapons that had been passed down through generations were rare in this world. Even in the hands of mortals, they could display world-destroying power, let alone in the hands of a true Saint King. With this bronze battle clothes, his defensive power could be said to be unrivaled. It was difficult for outsiders to break through, and he could disregard all attacks. In the back, Yi Fan's heart sank. He called Li Tian over, about to take out the goddess furnace and gift it to the divine king. However, he was stopped by the blind old man who had appeared at his side at an unknown time. "If you take it out like this, it might not necessarily enter the divine king's hands. Your power has exceeded my expectations time and time again, but it is time for everything to end." Green Vine Ancient King's voice was like thunder. He activated his most powerful divine technique, turning into a streak of light as he rushed over. A fist blasted apart the barrier of light in front of him, directly striking the divine king's forehead. Everyone cried out in alarm. A great battle was about to end. Many human cultivators couldn't bear to watch. They were all filled with unwillingness, and even more so felt a type of powerlessness, anger, and helplessness. Clang! The final zither sound rang out. It was as if a heavenly sword pierced through the 9 heavens, and then it gently sliced through the air, ringing in everyone's hearts. Then, everything calmed down. Everyone saw that apart from a streak of blood between the white-clothed divine king's brows, he was still elegant and otherworldly, surrounded by the rain of flowers as he sat there. Meanwhile, Green Vine Ancient King fell backwards. "How did you break through?" He carried an expression of unwillingness and shock on his face. With a pu sound, it shattered, and then turned into ashes, leaving behind an undamaged set of battle armor. Chapter 823. The Blood Lightning, Great Underworld, and vast young ancestral kings moved together, blocking the white-robed God King in an instant. The other ancient kings also moved forward at the first moment, surrounding the God King. There was no blood, no bones, only an ice-cold sacred robe. Ting Ching had died in battle and turned into dust. Apart from the battle robe, nothing was left behind. How could this be? What kind of attack was that? This was the question of many people. All the ancient kings were alarmed as they stared at the white-robed God King in the center. Sparkling petals fluttered about, falling unceasingly. He was like a deity that transcended the mortal world. Sigh of the deities. The great underworld ancient king said. The bat wings on his back flapped and demonic energy surged into the sky. He was tall and majestic like an underworld deity. During the archaic years, there was someone who performed the divine song and also released the sigh of the deities. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly sword and could kill in an instant. However, one had to pay a great price to do so. Ahead, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of the white-robed god-king's mouth. Although it was very faint and he was still smiling indifferently, it caused all the human cultivators to feel worried. However, the ancient kings became even more careful. They all revealed solemn expressions as if they were facing a great enemy. Wrong, we were all wrong. This person didn't just step into the Saint Tao and didn't chase after us. He is a true Saint King with few opponents under the heavens. He can fight to the death with people like us. The Blood Lightning Queen spoke from behind. Her voice was deep and her killing intent rushed into the heavens. Everyone was startled. Then, their bodies turned cold. The expressions of the ancient kings in particular changed. The white-robed God King wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and stood up. He walked through the sparkling rain of petals, causing the ancient kings to involuntarily retreat. This supreme style of facing off against all the ancient kings left them both shocked and worried. It was something they would never forget. Correct, he has already walked very far on this path. He is not much weaker than the three of us. The vast young ancestral king nodded. His body erupted with boundless divine light like the reincarnation of a sun god. Many human cultivators were dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. Only Yi Fan and a few others knew because they had already vaguely guessed it. He could still clearly remember that scene from the past. Back in the northern region Divine City, the sovereign of the Eventide was dressed in a holy robe and wielded a peerless golden spear. He had used everything he had learned in his life, but he was slain by a godly monarch in his twilight years. One had to know that the sovereign of the Eventide was a king of the great perfection 4,000 years ago. After so many years, who knew what realm he had reached? No one could say for sure. Furthermore, the celestial monarch of the Eventide was truly on the brink of death. After escaping from Mount Purple, his vitality was almost gone. His divine powers had long been depleted, so living a little longer was just an extravagant hope. What sort of power could penetrate the sovereign of the Eventide, who was armed with a sacred artifact? Most importantly, the sovereign of the Eventide said before his death, Jiang Taishu, you were sealed in the Purple Mountain and your lifespan is nearly depleted. How did you break through to such a realm? Looking back, everything became clear. Before leaving the Purple Mountain, the Divine King was most likely already a saint. It was just that he was overlooked by everyone and no one thought about it. After that, the Divine King reached his twilight years and carried Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse to the vast wilderness. He was gone for more than 10 years, and according to the Black Emperor's conjecture, he could only be reborn in a land of death. It was like a wildfire burning a sick grass, waiting for spring to come and live another life. When that time came, the Divine King would begin a second life, and he would ascend at the end of the Tao, becoming even stronger. It's him. It's actually him. In the crowd, the two ancient kings beside the heavenly prince revealed looks of astonishment before their expressions turned ugly. The Divine King had been trapped in Mount Purple for 4,000 years, fighting against all sorts of ancient life forms. He was forced into a strange stone wall and suffered all sorts of torment. Back then, we attacked him when we woke up, but we were obstructed by the strange stone wall. Our divine will could not fully enter, but we nearly obliterated him, said an ancient king. They were the descendants of the undying heavenly emperor. They were ordered by their ancestors to protect Mount Purple and were sealed in the source of God. However, when they woke up again, that dying human had already become an Empyrean saint. The awakened ancient kings acted together and forced him to the brink of death, but they still failed to kill him. At that time, the person below Wu Shi's Dao platform acted. I feel that he was intentionally tempering the heart of that human, tempering his will that is as tough as steel. If not, we would have had a chance to kill him. An ancient king spoke, his tone was filled with trepidation when he spoke of that person. Is it that person surnamed Ji Yu? He's the protector of old man Wu Shi's tomb. Judging from the time, he should have died many years ago. The heavenly prince laughed coldly. I truly didn't expect it to be him, surviving until now. After breaking free from the ancient royal mountain, his strength has already grown to such a level. Even his origin energy is different, like he is a completely different person. The two ancient kings had strange expressions on their faces. Yi Fan's ears trembled slightly. Ever since his primordial spirit reached the peak of the second level of immortal foundation, although he had yet to undergo his heavenly tribulation, a portion of his innate abilities had already manifested. His clairaudient ability was extremely rare, even rarer than the heavenly eye. Such an ability not only allowed him to hear voices from afar, he could even occasionally sense divine sense transmissions. At such a close distance, he was able to sense the thoughts of the three of them. How would you guys understand? The ancient king severed his origin energy, like an undying blade of grass under the harsh winter, regenerating when spring arrives. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to live a second life. Yi Fan mused. Let's go up and help them. The two ancient kings finally couldn't endure it any longer. They stepped into the battlefield, facing off against each other. Boom. At this moment, the ancient king actually took the initiative to attack. He was like an illusory phantom, transforming into a beam of white light that shot out. No one could block him. This is the godly king heaven traversing steps. Everyone, be careful. There was actually an ancient king who had such a deep understanding of humans. However, the white-robed ancient king was too fast. He broke through the restraints of the blood lightning, great darkness, and vast young saint kings and rushed out, sweeping through everything in his path. The battle saint art was unparalleled in the world, causing him to be incomparably tyrannical at this moment. He was no longer ethereal and ethereal. This was the first time the white-robed ancient king roared, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. His right hand transformed into a heaven-piercing sword, incomparably sharp as though it could slice apart the heavens. It was actually the ultimate emperor weapon of the central prefecture, the Grand Sovereign Sword. Pu. The supreme heavenly sword cleaved down, slicing apart the skull of an ancient king, all the way to his legs. His primordial spirit was destroyed and his body was cleaved into 2. Large amounts of blood splattered everywhere. The white-robed ancient king roared. His left hand transformed into a green-gold pagoda that had shocking defensive prowess. It seemed capable of suppressing the past, present and future. This was none other than the Western Emperor Pagoda. Pu. Another streak of bloody light erupted. His left hand turned into a pagoda and killed an ancient king, turning him into a pool of blood and shattered bones. His soul turned into ashes. It was too fast. All of this happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. Not a single person could stop it. The blood lightning, great darkness and vast yang, the 3 great sage human kings, roared and evolved various great Taos to trap the heaven-connecting platform. The 2 ancient kings that came from the heavenly prince's side turned pale with fright. The white-robed ancient king's true target was actually them. They had been targeted as soon as they entered the battlefield. Dang, a bell rang out. The heavenly Tao chimed and all living things moved. The world seemed to have turned upside down as the drawn-out bell sound spread through tens of thousands of li of rivers and mountains. The white-robed ancient king brought his hands together, forming a large bell. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers were engraved on it. There were millions and millions of rivers and mountains, as well as flowers, birds, beasts, stars, and even deities kneeling on the ground. It was simple and imposing, displaying the secrets of the beginning of the world. Was this the Wu Shi bell? Everyone was shocked. This bell wasn't complete. Clearly, the ancient king hadn't seen it clearly before. However, its power was enough. A bell sound rang out majestically. The white-robed ancient king's hands turned into a large bell and pressed down, suppressing everything in its way. The 2 ancient kings cried out and did their best to resist, but it was useless. Their bodies were instantly shattered into pieces and turned into a bloody mist within the bell waves. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. This was the strength of a peerless ancient king. Back then, He exhausted his divine blood to save Yi Fan and then severed his own origin to save little Tingting. In his twilight years, he carried fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse into the great wasteland. He had been gone for more than 10 years and advanced to the extreme. The ancient king slaughtered in all directions, sweeping through everything in his path. The ancient races were all trembling in fear, and even the ancient kings on the battlefield felt their hair stand on end. This kind of invincible appearance shocked everyone. Enough. 3 pillars of blood shot out from the top of the blood lightning, great darkness and vast young saint kings' heads, piercing through the heavens. Each of them blossomed with boundless light and sealed the heaven-connecting platform. Kill. The other ancient kings also took action. All kinds of divine laws were displayed, completely trapping the front and preventing the ancient king from rushing out. The white-robed ancient king stood alone in the center of the battlefield. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the price of killing 4 ancient kings in an instant. In a battle between saints, there were times when a whole body of essence chi was accumulated and erupted, and life and death could be decided in a single move. Just now, he had done so, but he had also injured himself. In the distance, the human cultivators were all incomparably excited. The ancient king's bravery was the best news for them. Yi Fan was silent and pondered quietly. There was a trace of worry, but there were even more benefits. The battle saint technique transforming into all kinds of emperor weapons had greatly moved him. You have no chance. Great Darkness Ancestor King said coldly. Killing in all directions under the eyes of the 3 great sage kings and instantly killing 4 ancient kings was also a kind of embarrassment for them. It was not good to look at. I want to see how you can defy the heavens in this battle. Although the blood lightning monarch was female, her killing intent pervaded the surroundings. Vast Young also went forward. The 3 experts laid down a formation to seal off the front, and the other ancient kings also imprinted their great divine abilities in the void, wanting to refine the white-robed ancient king alive. The white-robed ancient king withdrew his battle intent and calmed down. He sat cross-legged in front of the zither, and there was no killing intent at all. When he moved, he was like a god of death, and when he was quiet, he was like an orchid. Once again, he was enveloped by the rain of flowers. If you want to kill me, only 2 of you saint kings will die, or everyone behind the 3 of you will die. These calm words were earth-shattering. It stunned everyone present, and the world immediately became silent. It was so quiet that people could not even breathe. You won't be able to kill a single one of them, Vast Young Ancestor King said coldly. At this moment, all the ancient kings moved together, turning into boundless divine laws and attacking forward. They wanted to refine the peerless ancient king, trapping him in a small world. In this tranquil pure land, flower petals drifted down, stained with blood. They were as bright as crystals, and like a rain of tears, it was a sad beauty. The ancient king plucked the zither with both hands, using his heart to play a true divine song. This was his understanding of the Tao, a sublimation after cultivating to the extreme. This was an absolutely beautiful scene. The ancient king sat cross-legged in the void, his snow-white clothes fluttering in the wind. He was surrounded by the sparkling rain of flowers, and he was otherworldly. Fat. He opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his pure white clothes red. It was a ghastly sight, but at this moment, a sound of slaughter that could shake the world and make ghosts and gods weep rang out. It slashed through the sky and rushed out of the cage of this small world. Clang. A light sound rang out, like a divine sword being unsheathed and slashing the heavens. The world became silent. In front, the space between Ancestor Vast Young's eyebrows cracked, and blood flowed out. His face was filled with disbelief as his blood dyed the Tao platform red. Then, he fell towards the sky. If you want to kill me, then use your lives to exchange for it. Blood seeped out from the corner of the white-robed ancient king's mouth. He began to play the zither again. He was ethereal like a god, peaceful and indifferent. The world was very peaceful. Only the falling flowers were drifting about, sparkling and translucent. A fragrance permeated the air. At this moment, the peerless ancient king seemed to have transcended the mortal world. Chapter 824. Ancestral King Hao Yong fell down. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was terrified. The space between his brows was pierced through by the sound of a zither. He fell into a pool of blood and no longer moved. Such a powerful Saint King had dominated the archaic era and had few opponents under the heavens. Yet, he passed away just like that. For the various ancient tribes, this was undoubtedly shocking. A murderous sound pierced through their minds like a heavenly sword being unsheathed. The divine splendor of an instant pierced through their foreheads without any suspense, shocking the 9 heavens and 10 earth. The Blood Lightning and Great Underworld Saint Kings both took a few steps back. Their expressions froze. This was a character on the same level as them, yet he died just like that. As for the other ancient kings, their bodies went cold. How sharp was this destructive power? Killing them wouldn't be difficult at all. This made them feel uncertain in their hearts. Did they really need to exchange their lives to kill their opponent? The divine king coughed out a mouthful of blood, dyeing his pure white clothes red. However, he was still very calm. He sat cross-legged in the air, surrounded by the rain of flowers as he faced the kings alone. He said he wanted to kill the Saint Kings, and he really did it. How could people not be afraid of such deterrence? An ancient zither flowed with clear splendor. The 7 zither strings undulated like 7 transparent little dragons leaping about, emitting the divine laws of heaven and earth. Amidst the sparkling rain of flowers, his heart was calm and empty. It was as if he had forgotten everything in the outside world and was immersed in a wondrous Tao realm. Even though the divine melody is missing, it is still so terrifying. It has the majestic power of a deity. The Blood Lightning Queen's voice was ice cold. She clenched the dragon spear in her hand tightly and pointed it forward. Tao runes circulated and divine laws covered the area densely. It was sealed into a cage and turned into a small world. He is consuming his life force. If he wants to attack, he will have to pay the same price. Everyone, there is no need to be afraid. The Great Underworld Ancient King said. He was like a god that rushed out from the underworld. There were many figures. More than 10 ancient kings moved forward, surrounding the white-robed divine king once again. However, every single one of them was incomparably cautious, afraid that they would be killed in a single strike. Let's attack together and kill him. He is consuming his own life force and won't be able to hold on for long. A rather radical ancient king roared and took the lead to attack. He opened his mouth and a heavenly river appeared. This was produced by an ancient mirror he spat out. Saint laws were activated and entered the small world in front. Ding! A musical note jumped out, a murderous sound erupting, hacking apart the silver natural laws. It moved along its trajectory, rushing towards that ancestral king. Pu. A flower of blood blossomed. Even though this ancient king dodged in time, blood still splashed out from his shoulder, instantly pierced through. A black hole appeared there, devouring the blood. Kill. The others also joined in to help the ancestral king kill Jiang Taishu. Streaks of divine chains entered the Pure Land one after another, interweaving into a large net. Saint Tao refining net, grind together, crush his body. An ancestor king shouted and took the lead to spit out a mouthful of primordial source energy. The others followed suit and sealed the Pure Land. Together, they weaved a Taoist net to destroy Jiang Taishu. They didn't want to take the risk. They wanted to use the safest method to kill the divine king and refine him with their saint origin. Streak after streak of light surged. Their bodies began to burn, and every single one of them shot out a streak of light that entered that small world, turning into tribulation flames. Within the Pure Land, the divine king was extremely calm. Both of his hands plucked the zither strings, and a divine melody flowed out. At first, it was a tinkling sound, and then it gradually became more resounding. Zheng Zheng vibrated as it tore through the heavens. Pop! A streak of divine light rushed up and pierced through the Taoist net. Like a divine sword piercing through the heavens, it directly slashed out. The 12 ancient kings were all shocked. Don't worry, he has paid the same price. We can exhaust him to death. Someone shouted, because he saw another streak of blood seeping out from the corner of the divine king's mouth. In the center of the Pure Land, A streak of blood dripped down and landed on the divine king's snow-white robe. It was like a blood-colored plum blossom, shocking everyone. Many cultivators of the human clan were worried. This was not the way to go, and the white-robed divine king would die with regrets. Kill. The dozen ancient kings roared, and the primordial source energy they spat out became even thicker. It turned into a divine sea, drowning the area in front of them, not giving the divine king any chance. Zheng zheng zheng, in the Pure Land, the divine king's hands quickly plucked the zither strings like iron swords, producing waves of clanging sounds. The sound of killing was deafening, and it was very different from before. The purgatory formed from the saint origin energy was slashed by the heavenly swords one after another. Finally, a crack appeared, and then a piece collapsed with a loud bang. Clang. The divine sound was like a blade, cutting into everyone's heart and emitting a cold metallic sound. Ah! An ancient king cried out, bearing the brunt of the attack. Half of his body was torn apart by a visible ripple, and he was sent flying. His primordial spirit was destroyed, and he died on the spot. What? You can kill people like this? The others were astonished. Blood seeped out from the divine king's mouth. He had paid a considerable price to break through this cage, so he naturally wouldn't stop here. He forcefully plucked the zither strings, and another ripple could be clearly seen. Pfff. In front of him, another ancient king cried out as blood splattered everywhere. He was instantly killed by the divine tune, and both his body and soul were destroyed. Kill, he won't be able to hold on for long, the remaining people shouted. All kinds of divine laws flew out and rushed in the direction of that ripple. At the same time, the Blood Lightning Queen who had been watching coldly from the side finally made her move. A scarlet cloud soared into the sky as she swung the dragon spear in her hand and stabbed forward. The scarlet-red dragon spear was burning fiercely as boundless divine flames burned the void. Countless Tao patterns flowed out and transformed into a world-destroying divine spear. It shattered the vacuum and arrived in front of the divine king. This spear was simply too fast. Like a blood lightning, it slashed out a black rift in the void as its speed was displayed to the extreme. Clang! One of the zither's strings jumped up and transformed into a transparent horned dragon. It coiled around the pitilessly sharp blood-colored spear tip and let out waves of Tao sounds and dragon roars. Pfff. The moment the dragon spear was coiled around, it spat out a beam of bloodlight which pierced through the divine king's shoulder. Bright red blood blossomed and radiated resplendently. The dragon spear disappeared like a divine python as it retreated after a successful attack. Ding! That zither string temporarily coiled around the dragon spear and finally let out a soft hum which penetrated through the red agate like divine spear. Pfff. In the distance, the Blood Lightning Queen's body shook violently as a few terrifying cracks appeared on her entire arm. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as she took a few large steps back. Divine King physique truly lives up to its reputation after becoming a saint. She wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and overflowed with even more murderous intent. The surroundings were deathly silent. Even those ancient kings were a bit scared. The Blood Lightning Queen's strength was so powerful, yet this kind of fatal attack had actually injured her. Kill him, don't give him a chance. Don't let him escape from that cage. His life won't last much longer, the great underworld ancient king said in a deep voice. The great battle began once again. These ancient kings all stepped forward and unleashed their most powerful attacks towards the Pure Land. Divine light crisscrossed and surged. Ah! An ancient king screamed as he was sliced apart by a zither string that had rushed out of the Pure Land. Under the gentle hum of the divine sound, he turned into a rain of light and disappeared into the Tao laws of heaven and earth. Another ancient king was killed. The divine king himself also swayed and his face became much paler. Another strand of blood appeared on his snow-white clothes. What should I do? Yi Fan couldn't hold it in any longer. He wanted to reveal his trump card and kill his way over to help the divine king. No matter what, he wouldn't let this tragedy happen a second time. He definitely couldn't let the divine king die. Land of the 9 underworlds, underworld earth rises and sinks, reincarnation. Suddenly, the great underworld ancient king shouted in a low voice. In that instant, he used a forbidden technique. A desolate underworld earth appeared and suppressed down, sucking the divine king inside. "You've finally succeeded." The Blood Lightning Queen was astonished. Then, she quickly took action to help. The others also activated their divine laws. The underworld earth was dim and lightless. Black mist lingered about and not a single blade of grass grew. A yellow spring surged, leading to an unknown distance. How could I have succeeded? It's only the initial appearance of the underworld earth. Help me, suck him inside. I'll suppress and kill him, the great underworld ancient king said. Boom. More than 10 people took action together and finally sucked the divine king inside with the underworld earth. Everyone suppressed him together, wanting to close this strange black prison. Clang. In front of the divine king, the ancient zither shone resplendently. His hands moved, and his mind seemed to be immersed in it. His essence, energy, and spirit were imprinted on it. At this moment, a sky-shaking rumble was emitted. This wasn't like the sound of a zither, but rather the sound of the first movement of the universe and the beginning of the world. Chaotic light shone, deafening. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. 2 ancient kings were killed, their bodies smashed into pieces. They collapsed on the heaven-connecting platform, and even the void became scarlet. The world of the underworld couldn't be closed. The divine king sat cross-legged in the void. Everything within a radius of 30 meters was sparkling and translucent. 10,000 flowers floated down. His expression was calm, and the zither music returned to its original rhythm. A small pure land was stuck in the underworld earth. It couldn't be entered or exited, and it was in a deadlock there. The human race's divine king is too terrifying. The 10,000 ancient races were all afraid. Even saint kings can't suppress him. How troublesome. Yuan Jiyu frowned. The heavenly prince sneered. There are so many experts among the 10,000 races. Back then, even a peerless character like the divine silkworm princess was impaled to death with a single spear. If he really jumped out, it would be enough to flatten the world. Underworld God reincarnation boundary. The great underworld ancient king roared. He used all his strength. At the crucial moment, life and death were about to be decided. The others also helped, and all kinds of splendor flooded the Jade Lake. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were about to be beaten to the point of collapse. Within the 30-meter pure land, the divine king's right hand was holding, wiping, flicking, hooking, and piercing. His left hand was holding, chugging, pouring, and striking. His entire body was suffused with clear light. The divine sound was like water, peaceful and tranquil. The sound waves weren't very loud, but they shook the mountains and rivers and cleansed the souls of people. This was the true song of the gods. At this moment, the divine king was extraordinary, as if he didn't belong to this world. He sat cross-legged in front of the void immortal zither. His hands moved, and the world became peaceful. In the end, with a loud cry, the great underworld ancient king's head tumbled down. It was cut off by a clear sound, and then it exploded, filling the sky with blood. What? The great underworld ancient king is also dead? How could this be? Just how powerful is that hero? Everyone was shaken. In the Pure Land, falling flowers danced in the air like the tears of a god. They fell down, flickering with light as they floated beside the divine king and landed in front of the ancient zither. At this moment, blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. He couldn't swallow it back even if he wanted to. The sparkling petals floating down were all dyed with blood. He had also paid a considerable price. However, he was still an undefeated legend. Even though his injuries were extremely heavy, he still made people feel deep reverence. Chapter 825. Everything in this world seemed to have disappeared. Only the white-robed divine king was left. He had become an eternal ray of light, untainted by dust. He was like a true god as he sat there motionlessly. Accompanied by the cries of the heavens, auspicious lights fell from the sky, all moving for him. Countless Tao marks flickered and cried for him. No one could get close. Only the falling flowers danced around him. Even though he was heavily injured and coughing up large amounts of blood, all the ancient kings were shaken. Only after a long time did people come back to their senses. The ancient races all looked terrified. They didn't know how much they would have to pay to take the white-robed divine king's life. Meanwhile, the human cultivators were all worried. They all had a bad premonition. Their state of mind was completely different from the ancient races. The divine king's vitality had been severely consumed and he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He's so powerful. We must find someone to get rid of him. Otherwise, he will become the greatest obstacle on my path. He started earlier than me, so it will be too late if we don't get rid of him. The Imperial Sun was awe-inspiring. Will anyone else attack in the near future? Yuan Jiu asked. His left eye was a black sun, and his right eye was a blood moon. It was exceptionally frightening and strange. Don't worry, a supreme existence is coming soon. In fact, many people don't believe that Wu Shi is still alive, the Imperial Sun said calmly. Not far away, Yi Fan almost couldn't help but reveal his trump card. However, after hearing all this with his clairaudient, he forcefully restrained himself. His heart sank. Someone else would come. How many terrifying kings did the ancient races have? This was only a portion. He felt that he had to use his trump card at the most critical moment. Back then, after the Emperor of Fighting passed away, the world was immediately thrown into chaos. Even an unrivaled character like the divine Silkworm Princess was killed by a spear. Even that fighting monkey was forced to head west. The 10,000 races have no lack of peerless experts, especially on this ancient planet, the Imperial Sun said to himself. So hard to kill. At the center of the battlefield, the Lightning Blood Queen spoke. The dragon spear in her hand released a cold bloody radiance. Even someone as powerful as she didn't dare to act rashly. They had surrounded the great enemy again, but none of the ancient kings acted rashly. They were all afraid of being killed by the divine king before his death. They were all very careful. The divine king stroked the zither with both hands, and the tinkling sounds rang out. He did not take the initiative to attack, and the two sides were in a stalemate, in a delicate state of balance. A single person facing a group of ancient kings, this kind of power was shocking. No one dared to take even half a step forward, and they all felt restraining fear towards each other. Are you guys afraid? You're all ancestors of your race and have seen all sorts of storms and waves. Could it be that you don't dare to kill a dying person? The Lightning Blood Queen said. A scarlet mist rose from her body as the dragon spear shot out a blood-colored light that pierced through the clouds. Kill. Finally, the kings attacked again. The white-robed God King did not have much life left, so they could not give him any time to catch his breath. This was the best opportunity to kill him. The sound of the zither rang out, and the falling petals danced in the air, drawing out streaks of brilliant light. Ripples flew out like fireworks, dazzling to the extreme in an instant. Pu. A streak of bloody light erupted. An ancestral king's head fell to the ground, his primordial spirit destroyed, dying a violent death. Dead, another ancient king is dead. Outside the battlefield, there was great chaos. Today, so many ancient kings had actually died in the hands of a single person. The price was too great, and the various races could not bear it. As expected, Divine King Jiang's face paled even more, and he coughed out a lot more divine blood. His body swayed, and he would collapse at any time. Just a little more and he would be finished. Another ancient king said coldly. They had already fought to this point. If they stopped attacking and gave the white-robed God King time to recover, then all their efforts would have been for naught. Kill. This time, he has no more power to resist. The others roared, and divine laws were activated. Another round of fierce attacks unfolded. This time, there was no sound of the zither, and no ripples spread out. There was only a sigh that came from the white-robed God King, but it was even more terrifying. Ah! A terrified scream rang out. An ancient king's body turned into light, and he was quickly annihilated, finally disappearing. The sigh of a god. The world immediately quieted down. These ancient kings all stopped, and each of them felt a chill run down their backs. They were used to seeing life and death, but they had never felt such fear as today. The opponent was already exhausted, but he still didn't die. He killed the enemy again and again. If this continued, the one to die of exhaustion would not be the white-robed God King, but themselves. At this time, the divine king was dyed in blood, and his white clothes were about to become bloody. A gust of wind would cause him to collapse. His face was pale, and his life would come to an end at any time. However, he was like a bottomless pit. No one knew when they would be able to fill it up with the lives of the ancient kings, so no one dared to try again. There are so many of us. If this continues, we will all be killed by him. An ancient king shivered all over. He fought against so many kings alone, and he had killed so many. Blood dyed the Tao platform red, and a single drop of such blood could kill a powerhouse. This place had become a hellish battlefield, and the ones being killed were all gods that people had to look up to. It was shocking, and they had never seen something like this before. At this time, even the Lightning Blood Queen had stopped attacking because she wasn't confident. Even though they felt that the Divine King would fall at the next moment, they had failed time and time again. Ancient kings were killed one after another, and this made them lose their courage. This was an unforgettable scene. A blood-soaked white-robed man sat in front of an ancient zither. He was otherworldly, and the rain of flowers lingered around him. The group of ancient kings were stunned, and no one dared to act recklessly. The world was silent, and no one spoke. Only the falling flowers flew about, producing rustling sounds and flickering with a translucent luster. It was actually this kind of result. No one had expected that the human race only had one saint, yet he could face off against so many ancient kings. Why is it like this? Some ancient clansmen were unwilling, but they didn't dare to go forward. Meanwhile, many human cultivators were both excited and terrified. They were afraid that this was all an illusion, and all of this originated from a single person. They were afraid that the white-robed God King would fall. A single person suppressing so many kings. If news of this gets out, it will be the shame of all races. What are you all afraid of? A cold voice came from the sky. 5 dazzling streaks of light descended from the sky. The one in the lead was actually a saint king. His purple hair scattered behind him, and his figure was tall and slender. He was almost the same as the human race. The 4 figures behind him were all ancient kings. Even though they couldn't compare to him, they were still astonishing enough. This was especially the case when they arrived at this time. It's ancient King Zilin. They came from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The various ancient clans were all shocked. This was an extremely powerful power. It was rumored that there might be an ancient great sage in the nest of 10,000 dragons that could overlook the entire ancient star. They walked over step by step. The name of the Saint King in the lead was Zilin, and his fame had spread throughout the archaic era. Many people recognized him. His expression was cold, and he was about to take action against the white-robed God King. Hong. Right at this moment, the Western Emperor Pagoda in the sky released thunderous sounds. Pillars of energy as thick as mountains descended one after another, as if they wanted to destroy all of the ancient kings. However, Zilin wasn't afraid at all. He stared at the heavens and said, "Jade Lake sacred ground, do you all really dare to take action? There are 2 ancient imperial weapons outside that are already aimed at this place." The scene was deathly silent. It had actually reached this step. The situation was extremely serious. The weapons of the ancient emperors had already been arranged, and a single mistake might result in a terrifying confrontation. This kind of collision, even if it wasn't world-destroying, wasn't far off. No one could imagine how terrifying the consequences would be. During the archaic era, whenever the ancient imperial weapons were used, there would always be a few illustrious great clans that would be wiped out. Their deterrence was indescribable. You humans aren't the only ones with emperor weapons. Our ancient imperial weapons are even more ancient and have long become deities. If we truly fight, the outcome has long been decided. Another 4 figures descended from the sky, all of them wrapped in divine flames. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. With so many ancient race saints, the ancient imperial weapons they activated would definitely be many times more powerful than the human race's emperor weapons. Truly a hero of a generation, to be able to resist so many ancient kings alone. This is truly unexpected. As soon as these words were spoken, another 3 ancient kings descended. Grey mist pervaded the air, and their auras were terrifying. The hearts of the human cultivators were like dead ashes. How were they supposed to fight against so many people? The white-robed God King was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Now, another 12 ancient kings appeared, and there was even a saint king among them. Does the heavens want to exterminate our race's saints? A human sect master lamented. This was a situation that made everyone speechless. The difference was truly too great. It made people feel powerless and indescribably sorrowful. Truly boring. Is there only one saint in the human race? Yet you guys still couldn't capture him despite having so many people. Truly a disgrace. 2 males appeared in the void. Every pore on their bodies was shining, making it difficult for people to look straight at them. It's them, the twin ancient kings. The various ancient races were all shocked. These 2 looked exactly the same, and their fame had spread throughout the archaic era. They were a pair of twin brothers, and what was terrifying was that they were both saint kings. A total of 14 ancient kings came, and among them, 3 were saint kings. This kind of scene already foretold the conclusion and made the human race silent. Especially the twin kings that came later, they made people feel even more restraining fear. Originally, their words made the expressions of a few ancient kings change, but after seeing them, they didn't start a conflict. The person you're talking about is their father, right? Yuan Jiyu asked in a low voice. The heavenly prince nodded and said, correct, it's that existence that has a chance of becoming the great sage Skyfall ancient king. During the archaic era, how many great sages could there be? It truly is too difficult to verify the Tao. I only knew it was Skyfall ancient king. There were rumors that he had a chance of succeeding. Yuan Jiyu sighed and said, long, at the end of the horizon, 9 terrifying ancient beasts ran over. Every single one of them was a king-level expert. They were incomparably terrifying, and they were all archaic vicious beasts. They pulled an ancient war chariot and trampled across the sky. It was as if the divine drums of the celestial court were beating, resounding through the clouds and intimidating everyone's hearts. 9 archaic vicious beasts at the king level could only be used to pull the chariot. This kind of appearance was extremely shocking, making everyone's entire body go cold and their fine hairs stand on end. Hong. The 9 archaic vicious beasts stopped, and the ancient war chariot stopped as well. A heaven-overflowing aura pervaded the air, and a terrifying figure stepped out from the war chariot. Mist curled about, forming a hazy expanse that drowned him out. Even the heavenly eyes couldn't see through him. Only a pair of green eyes revealed a terrifying light. One could vaguely see a tall figure that was like a demonic god. Greetings, Heavenly King Skyfall. Even though the ancient kings present were very arrogant and prideful, they still went up to pay their respects after seeing this ancient ancestor. One could imagine just how high his status was and how terrifying his strength was. At this point, the human cultivators were in complete despair. How could they resist? Once this Heavenly King Skyfall appeared, it was useless no matter how heaven-defying the white-robed divine king was. How could they fight against more than 20 ancient kings and this Heavenly King Skyfall who had the potential to become the great sage? He fought a group of ancient kings alone and killed 3 saint kings. This kind of battle record is very shocking. He's an outstanding talent. Heavenly King Skyfall stood in front of the war chariot and looked down. His eyes were even more terrifying in the black mist. They were like 2 divine lamps, and only the outline of his tall body could be seen. The white-robed divine king stood up and faced all the ancient kings alone. He then looked at Heavenly King Skyfall with a calm expression. I am willing to accept you as my adopted son. Are you willing to join my race and become the great sage respected by all races? Heavenly King Skyfall spoke such earth-shattering words. Everyone was dumbfounded. Many ancient kings were shocked, and even his son, the Gemini King, was shocked. They looked at the terrifying existence on the war chariot. The white-robed divine king snorted coldly for the first time and said, I only want to know how many more ancient kings will come. Since I'm already here, the others won't take action. Heavenly King Skyfall calmly spoke, but it made people feel a domineering aura of supremacy. At the same time, in an uninhabited region, a resplendent divine ranking soared into the sky and flew towards the Jade Lake. Chapter 8:26. The heaven-connecting platform was majestic and majestic. In the air, the 9 archaic beasts were each more ferocious than the last. Their demonic energy overflowed into the heavens. They were all kings at the grand completion level, yet they could only be used to pull chariots. Behind the 9 ancient beasts, huge divine chains flickered with cold light. They were pulling an ancient chariot that was full of blade marks and arrow holes. Above them, Heavenly King Skyfall towered like a demonic god, pressuring the entire Jade Lake to the point where it seemed like it was about to collapse. A rumbling voice came down from above. "You are a hero, rarely seen in 1,000 generations. I actually don't want to strangle a genius, don't force me." The white-robed divine king was very calm. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "It is you all who are being overbearing. The human race has always wanted to sit down and have a chat with you all." The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone could hear their own heartbeats, and they were all nervous to the extreme. An unrivaled existence like Heavenly King Skyfall had actually arrived. During the archaic years, he was invincible and swept through the wastelands. All kings submitted to him. He alone was enough to wipe out several great races. This kind of ancient existence had cultivated for an extremely long time. Regardless of seniority or strength, they were both extremely high. One has to know that even his 2 sons were terrifying saint kings that could suppress an area. No race dared to disobey them, and their fame was extremely great. Sitting down and having a chat requires strength and confidence. But what does your human race have? Heavenly King Skyfall didn't speak, but one of his sons did. In this kind of situation, perhaps only they would dare to interrupt. Could it be that we really have to fight to the end? The white-robed divine king gazed forward. The twin saint kings were covered in light, and divine aura pervaded the air. Even their paws were emitting divine splendor, making it difficult for others to look straight at them. "You are indeed very powerful and stunning. You alone killed so many ancient kings, but the great human race only has a single saint. Compared to a race, your foundation is too weak, so you cannot stand on equal footing with the other races." Another of the twin saint kings spoke. The heaven-connecting platform was completely silent. No one spoke. His words were difficult to refute. The human race had too few saints, and they were powerless to resist so many ancient kings. Many people's hearts turned cold. What hope was there left to speak of? With so many ancient kings gathered, any one of them could flatten an area. Join my race and inherit my teachings. Not only will you be immortal, but you'll also be able to rule over the world. With your talent, you might even become the great sage. Heavenly King Skyfall stood on the ancient war chariot like a demon lord, looking down on all living beings. "So what if it's your orthodoxy? My ancestor is an ancient emperor. Do I still need your guidance?" said the white-robed god king. His voice was like the hum of a sword. Normally, he was very easygoing and calm. Only when it came to such matters would he be very serious, and even his words would become sharp. The Primeval Emperors. Heavenly King Skyfall frowned. The other ancient kings were cold as they looked over. The Saint King from the nest of 10,000 dragons said, "The past, reality, hate." His smile was extremely cold, making one's hair stand on end and goosebumps appear on their bodies. His meaning was clear. The great ancient emperor had passed away. No matter how glorious it was, it had become a thing of the past. Reality was cruel. Your human race had billions of living beings, but only one sage had emerged. What did you rely on to compete? The human race wants to be on equal footing with the ancient race. That's just a pipe dream. You guys are so weak, yet you've occupied this entire land. It can only be a miracle that your race hasn't been wiped out. Another ancient king's words were even sharper and crueler. This was a very serious problem. The root of the conflict was here. During the archaic era, the human race was weak and lived in a remote corner. Now, they suddenly became the masters of this land. After the myriad races awakened, they naturally wanted to start a massacre. The white-robed God King didn't say anything and calmly looked at them. However, he seemed so lonely. In this vast world, he was the only one among the human race who could take action. Let's ask Heavenly King Skyfall to take action. Kill him and everything will come to an end. The human race doesn't have the qualifications to talk about anything else. An ancient king was relatively radical and didn't place the others in his eyes at all. At this time, only the sound of falling flowers could be heard. The world was extremely quiet. Many experts looked towards Heavenly King Skyfall on the ancient war chariot. The white-robed God King opened his mouth and said, "From start to finish, you all have been talking about the so-called qualifications. I've fought with you all, and killing until now is still not enough." The white-robed God King was indescribably solemn when this topic was brought up. After experiencing a great battle, the bodies of the surviving ancient kings were ice-cold. They all felt a chill run down their spines. Only after experiencing the battle not too long ago did they understand how terrifying divine kings were. What he brought up at this time was the truth. According to reason, they had already slaughtered their way out of the qualifications. They alone could contend against the kings who came earlier. What qualifications are you all talking about? You all don't even have them. An ancient king shook his finger. His expression was indifferent as he spoke ruthlessly. This was disdain that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was a psychological superiority that had existed for a long time, and it had never changed since the ancient times. During the archaic era, your human race survived in the cracks. At the most pitiful time, you struggled at death's door and were almost wiped out. You were once vassals that relied on the feet of some powerful races to seek protection. What dignity, what qualifications! An ancient king ruthlessly tore open the prehistoric scars and sprinkled salt into the hearts of every human cultivator. His expression was full of disdain and cruelty. At that time, you all were nothing more than an insignificant group of ants. Some of the great races here were your past masters. These words were like a clap of thunder, causing many human cultivators to tremble. They were filled with a sense of humiliation. You are talking about the archaic era. When the human race first arrived on this ancient star, our ancestors truly suffered. They paid too much, but they stubbornly survived. The divine king was solemn and solemn. His expression was solemn and respectful as he said, "It wasn't easy for our predecessors. Their humiliation will be washed away. Our descendants opened up a prosperous era and walked their own path. We will not let them down." What prosperous era? How can we be compared? During the archaic era, the might of the ancient emperors was revered by the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How can you all compare? An ancient king said. Why can't we compare? During the archaic era, several ancient emperors appeared one after another. They belonged to different races, but during the primordial era, the human race produced several great emperors. They were not at a disadvantage. The white-robed divine king's voice was sonorous and deafening. Not only were they not at a disadvantage, but the great emperors came from different races while the great emperors came from the human race. This was a terrifying might. When the great emperors that had passed away were mentioned, the blood of all the humans surged. Their hearts lit up and they wanted to roar out loud. A single race produced so many supreme existences. Their true potential was not inferior to the myriad races and was enough to contend against them. Just now, the humiliation of their ancestors was so oppressive that they couldn't even breathe. During the archaic era, the human race was weak and insignificant. They were even food for many powerful races. However, things were different in the future. Many ancient races became silent. Even the ancient kings present wanted to say something, but they couldn't find a reason to refute. They all became silent. After a long time, the Violet Forest Saint King sneered and said, "Everything is in the past." The archaic emperors were definitely stronger than the human race great emperors because some of them didn't die and became immortals. Meanwhile, your human race great emperors have all died. Everything is the same as before and nothing has changed. You all are still as weak as before. That's right. Reality is like this. Your situation is worse than the archaic era and hasn't improved at all. You are just a single saint, so what right do you have to talk to us? Just kill him. Many ancient kings agreed. That's to say, no matter what, you all want to kill us all and there won't be any changes. The white-robed divine king asked. Precisely so. One of the Gemini saint kings shouted. Aren't you all afraid that the great emperors still haven't died and will send down his thunderous rage? The white-robed divine king shouted. His expression was ice-cold. This was the first time he treated the kings so coldly. You are a hero. I really want to give you a chance and take you in as my godson. Heavenly King Skyfall spoke. Then let's fight. The white-robed divine king wasn't afraid at all. A divine king's sword appeared in his hand and he held it horizontally in the sky. He faced the kings alone. It really is a helpless decision. Killing a genius isn't what I want, but I have no choice but to do it. Heavenly King Skyfall's voice was cold. He took a step forward and the Jade Lake shook as if it was collapsing. Obliterate him. Let's end this earlier. An ancient king roared. There were even more people who followed. Everyone was in despair. They couldn't bear to see the white-robed divine king's final moments. How could he stop them alone? The undefeated legend would be drenched in blood. Yi Fan couldn't bear it anymore. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Even if he died in battle, he didn't want to just watch as a divine king fell. The bloody scene of the past seemed to still appear before his eyes. The figure of the white-robed divine king leaving alone in sorrow, holding Fairy Rosy Cloud's corpse in his arms. This was something that Yi Fan couldn't forget even now. Don't act rashly. Everything is still under control. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his heart. Yi Fan was stunned. This was transmitted by the divine king. Everything was still under control. What else could it be? Boom. Suddenly, a world-shattering sound rang out. A resplendent golden light tore through the boundless earth, arriving from the distance. The cry of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, it startled the entire northern region. It was like an eternal divine splendor that illuminated the mountains and rivers, entering the Jade Lake. Investiture of the gods. It's actually the investiture of the gods. It has appeared again. At this moment, everyone cried out in shock. They were incomparably shocked. Especially the various ancient races. Their faces were ashen. Facing the instrument of the strongest emperor in human history, everyone's hair stood on end. How could this be? Even the ancient kings were terrified. Their expressions changed because they felt the supreme aura of the ancient emperor. It's fake, it's not real, Saint King Violet Forest said. Boom. The investiture of the gods transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, descending from the sky with unparalleled might. It was like the hand of an ancient emperor pressing down. Even an immortal existence would be turned to dust. A terrified scream rang out. Saint King Violet Forest was crushed by the golden light and instantly turned to dust. He died without a trace. Following that, the 4 ancient kings who came with him were also sealed. They all turned to dust in the blink of an eye. Not long ago, they all said that the human race was as weak as ants. Their words were sharp, but in the end, they ended up like this. It's really the aura of an ancient emperor. How could this be? All the ancient kings were terrified. Boom. The investiture of the gods shone brilliantly, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Once again, it suppressed the twin saint kings and turned to dust. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were killed. It was too shocking. In the blink of an eye, 3 saint kings and 4 ancient kings had died. Buzz. The void trembled. The ancient kings who had humiliated the human race and said that the human race had been struggling at death's door in the ancient times all cried out in fear. However, nothing could be changed. The investiture of the gods descended from the sky, powerful and domineering. It killed all of them and turned them to dust. The ancient emperor has come to wash away the humiliation of our ancestors. The white-robed god king roared. The other human cultivators were also excited and shouted. The great ancient emperor has appeared, great monarch Nosha is still alive. Wash away the humiliation and kill everything. On the sky connecting platform, there was a great roar. Many people were moved to tears. Boom. The investiture of the gods descended once again and suppressed heavenly King Skyfall. The 9 ancient beasts were turned to dust and the ancient chariot collapsed. Even a powerful existence like heavenly King Skyfall could only let out an unwilling roar. He was powerless to resist the eternal golden light. PFFF. The investiture of the gods descended mercilessly. An unparalleled ancient giant exploded. His blood evaporated and turned to dust. Chapter 8:27. Heavenly King Skyfall died. Even someone as powerful as him could only release a cry of horror before exploding on the platform. His blood immediately evaporated and turned into ashes. Miserable cries continued. Another person turned to dust. Once the divine seal decree appeared, all deities would submit. This was a legend from the past, and now, it flew out from the desolate mountains, killing ancient kings and sweeping through everything. This was a shocking scene. There was no power in the world that could stop it. Wherever it passed, ancient kings would fall and saint kings would shed blood. Even existences that had hopes of becoming the great sage would be ruthlessly erased. These were cries of horror that came from ancient kings. Normally, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. There were people in the world who could kill them, but there was no one who could make them feel fear to this degree. However, at this moment, everyone was terrified. Their souls were trembling with fear, unable to budge an inch. This was the aura of an ancient great emperor. Their senses wouldn't be wrong. They couldn't produce the slightest bit of resistance. It was too powerful and incomparably terrifying. They wanted to bow down. Finally, there were ancient kings who couldn't take it anymore. Their legs went soft and they knelt down on the platform. It wasn't because they truly wanted to kneel, but rather because of the supreme pressure. This aura was higher than the heavens, wider than the sea, deeper than the star domain. It made them feel despair and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. How could it be like this? There were some ancient kings who had lived for an endless amount of time and had paid homage to the unmatched emperor of fighting. They had only sensed this aura from his body. Ancient great emperor, there really are people who haven't died. It's them. We're finished. This kind of fear quickly spread. In the distance, the various ancient clans were all horrified. Then, their bodies began to tremble. They could also feel this power. What kind of terrifying scene was this? Their ancient kings were all kneeling on the ground, kowtowing towards the dazzling divine ranking. Just the thought of it made them tremble. Don't! An ancient king cried out. Another person was killed, turning into ashes on the spot. All resistance was futile. The divine seal decree illuminated the heavens, illuminating the mountains and rivers. It possessed boundless divine might, its brilliance connecting the 9 heavens and 10 earth. It was personally created by great Emperor Wu Shi. Legend had it that it was originally refined to suppress immortals, but there were no immortals in the world, only creatures that were suspected to be gods. Thus, it was eventually named the investiture of the gods. Although it wasn't an offensive weapon and its greatest use was for sealing, it was still refined by the great ancient monarch after all and possessed boundless magic power. When it was passed down, it was equivalent to the suppression of the great monarch of No Beginning's palm. Who was Wu Shi? That was an invincible existence that had swept through the 3,000 worlds. Who in the world could stop a single hand of his? It was a supreme deterrent. Even the powerful undying daoist of the sacred cliff had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years. He couldn't break free from the divine seal decree and was refined alive, leaving behind only a remnant will. Great Emperor Wu Shi's magical artifact flew over. The impact of this was huge. Even the ancient kings were turned to dust with one strike. If this wasn't the might of an emperor, what was it? This was equivalent to announcing that the great human emperor was still alive. A final scream rang out. The divine seal decree sent down a beam of holy light, killing yet another ancient king. Only then did it stabilize and hang in the void. The ancient races were all horrified. Monstrous fear surged from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't even breathe. Great Emperor Wu Shi's magical artifact hung there like an immortal god. It illuminated the jade pool, and even the black heaven connecting platform began to sparkle. Even the ancient kings of the ancient races were forced to kneel there. Who else could resist it? The human cultivators all shouted. The depression and humiliation in their hearts all turned into roars that rushed out of their bodies and into the clouds. On the heaven-connecting platform, only the white-robed divine king stood alone. Only he could still stand. The other ancient kings couldn't move at all. They knelt down and couldn't get up. The hopes of our ancestors and the prosperity of our race have already been achieved by the great emperor. What right do you have to humiliate the human race? Divine King Jiang shouted. He held the dazzling divine king's sword in his hand and faced the kings kneeling on the ground. The divine seal decree hung in the air. It was resplendent all over, and strands of divine power fell down one after another, turning this place into a pure land of the gods. I can't control it. It's hard to get up. It's the same as when I went to see the emperor of fighting back then. This is the power of an emperor. A terrifyingly old ancient king was sweating profusely. He couldn't even move a finger. Past prosperity doesn't mean eternal brilliance. So what if there are 10,000 races? If you want to fight, then fight. The awakened great emperor of the human race is looking down on us. We only need to move forward. Divine King Jiang's words were impassioned and powerful. When he finished speaking, he bowed to the divine seal decree and said that great Emperor Wu Shi was immortal. In the distance, the human cultivators' blood was boiling. The depression in their hearts was released, and they were all excited and excited. As for the various ancient races, their faces were ashen. What kind of blow was this? What happened today was too terrifying and exceeded everyone's expectations. Boom! The divine seal decree seemed to be responding to the words of the divine king in white. It shook violently and light pierced through the 9 heavens, illuminating tens of thousands of miles. It was as if a great emperor was nodding and rumbling. Below, the ancient races all knelt down. They couldn't bear the pressure. Apart from the humans, everyone else in the jade pool kowtowed. They couldn't stand at all. The divine might shook the world. This was a powerful deterrent. In the distance, Yi Fan was excited. He had thought about the divine seal decree countless times, but he couldn't act on it. Now, the divine king in white and someone else had carried it out. This was something he couldn't achieve. This was a very big plan. How could this be? The kings kneeling on the sky-reaching platform were all sweating. They couldn't understand. They felt a chill in their hearts. Why? Did something happen again? Heavenly King Skyfall died, but the divine king in white survived. In the crowd, the heavenly prince gritted his teeth and secretly talked to Yuan Jiyu. He was about to go crazy. This was the 3rd time he had been slapped in the face. I think. He wanted to say something. However, Yuan Jiyu hurriedly stopped him and said, "Heavenly Prince, it's best if you don't say it." The heavenly prince's expression immediately changed. Even though it was always something unexpected that happened when he was about to succeed, stopping him like this and telling him not to say anything was a bit too disrespectful. Yuan Jiyu said, "Don't misunderstand. I just feel that even though you have great innate luck, during this period of time, it is as if you have been cursed. You absolutely cannot make any vows, or else you might end up stepping on nothing at the peak." The heavenly prince's expression changed. "I understand. An important great enemy has appeared and is fighting with me over the opportunity to verify the Tao. As a result, something unexpected has happened. The undying heavenly emperor was a man of great learning, his magical force exceeding that of deities. He established an immortal scripture-like inheritance, and within it, there were heaven-defying and fate-changing techniques. This was also the reason why the heavenly prince was alarmed. He sensed a few things. He had predicted something several times, but in the end, the conclusion was always changed by someone else. If we are killed, there will be ancient imperial weapons that will descend and destroy the jade pool. On the sky-reaching platform, an ancient king spoke with difficulty. His forehead was covered in sweat as he spoke the truth. Fat. The seal of the deities descended. He turned into a streak of bloody light and disappeared from this world, forever erased from this world. No one can doubt the divine might of the great ancient emperors. When the human cultivators saw this scene, they all raised their heads and shouted towards the sky. They couldn't help but kowtow towards the Tao God list. This place was in an uproar. Ancient kings have fallen one after another, and the aura of great ancient emperors has surged out. The Jade Pool is truly daring. Did they use the immortal tear green golden pagoda? Within a majestic ancient mountain range, an ancient king released a low roar. He gazed towards the Jade Pool's direction, his eyes emitting a terrifying radiance. Aim the ancient imperial weapons at the Jade Pool and suppress it. An aged ancient king released a terrifying demonic voice. It was as if the prison of hell had been opened. At the same time, within another magnificent ancient mountain, someone also gave a similar order. A terrifying ancient emperor's divine might rushed into the 9 heavens and suppressed towards the Jade Pool. Honglonglong, the heaven and earth were in an uproar. The entire northern region was on the verge of collapse. All the powerful cultivators were terrified. They looked towards the void, their souls trembling. On this day, countless living beings in the northern region trembled in fear. The ancient emperor weapon was reviving, causing everyone to be terrified to the extreme. A tsunami-like sound surged towards the Jade Pool. It was as if a star field was collapsing, trembling, and then falling down. The extreme imperial weapon pressed down, and its boundless might boiled. The ancient emperor's magical weapon is here. A strand of divine will enter the Jade Pool. You dare to blaspheme it? The white-robed divine king shouted, his voice shaking all directions. Boom! At the same time, a blood-red divine furnace rushed out of divine King Jiang's body. Divine phoenixes cried together, and the scarlet clouds were intoxicating. Immortal brilliance rose. Eternal universe furnace. He carried the eternal universe emperor's weapon on him. At the same time, the Jade Pool's West Imperial Pagoda released a heaven-reaching green brilliance. It broke free from the small world and floated in the sky, dripping down tens of thousands of silk ribbons. Boom! In another direction, an ancient mirror rushed into the sky, shining through the ancient worlds. It was as if it wanted to reopen heaven and earth. G Family's Void Emperor's weapon also appeared. This ancient mirror froze the 9 heavens and 10 earths, past, present, and future. The 3 extreme imperial weapons moved together, appearing in the sky above the Jade Pool, facing the 2 ancient imperial weapons in the distance. They released a world-destroying might. At this time, the investiture of the gods shone, illuminating the entire sky-connecting platform. The human cultivators didn't feel any pressure, and they could all stand. Human, are you provoking us? Using an extreme imperial weapon to kill an ancestral king. Do you know that once the ancient imperial weapons come out, your race will be exterminated? No one can stop it. A roar came from the horizon, and it was incomparably dignified. You are the ones who don't understand the situation. Do you know that great Emperor Wu Shi has appeared, and the investiture of the gods has appeared? You are destroying yourselves. The white-robed divine king stood beside the eternal universe furnace and shouted. What? Impossible. How is Wu Shi still alive? How is this possible? Wu Shi has already passed away for 80,000 years. Exclamations came from the distant sky. They didn't know what just happened in the Jade Pool, and they were bewildered and incomparably shocked. Are you questioning the dignity of the human race's great emperor? The white-robed divine king shouted. We. Before they could say anything, resplendent holy light rushed out from the Jade Pool, and it tore through the sky. What? You dare to attack the ancient imperial weapons? The person controlling the weapons was shocked, and he did his best to activate them. At the end of the towering mountain range, the 2 great imperial families were also shocked, and they watched nervously. Ah! The investiture of the gods rushed past, and only miserable screams could be heard, as well as a wave of heaven-overflowing divine might. Then, with a flash of light, the divine list changed direction, and rushed to another place. Another wave of exclamations rang out, and the person controlling the ancient imperial weapons died a violent death, and he was crushed into ashes. Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree has appeared, and the world is subdued. Who dares to blaspheme it? A rumbling roar accompanied the heavenly Tao, and auspicious light drowned the earth, resounding throughout the northern region. All races were shocked, and at this moment, everyone knelt down. Chapter 8:28. The divine seal decree flew out and turned into an eternal divine splendor. It eliminated the owners of the two ancient imperial weapons one after the other. This was too shocking. Those who could sense the situation here were all shaken. A vast divine might covered the sky, making people involuntarily kneel down. This is the aura of a great human emperor. It really is, the manifestation of an ancient great emperor. At the end of the lofty mountain range, the emperor who used the extreme ancient weapons turned pale with fright. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was frozen on the spot, and then a deep fear emerged. Just now, the ancient imperial weapon didn't even have time to revive before the holy light obliterated its owner. Everything happened too quickly and left everyone shaken. Quick! Hurry and retrieve the imperial weapon, don't make any mistakes. Some people were anxious and scared out of their wits. This was related to extremely serious consequences. What kind of terrifying power was this? Even the ancient imperial weapon didn't have time to revive and couldn't stop it before its owner was eliminated. It was almost impossible for something like this to happen. Everything showed that the ancient great emperor hadn't died yet. There was still someone alive. Otherwise, who could do all this? The ancient imperial weapons are divine. Even if they fall into the hands of others, they will still fly back. An ancient king who had lived for an unknown amount of time appeared and spoke from the depths of the lofty mountain range. What? The other party ignored them and didn't even look at them. He didn't care about the two ancient imperial weapons that were about to revive. The faces of the people from the two great imperial clans became even paler. The fear in their hearts deepened. Was this really the manifestation of an ancient great emperor? He didn't care about the fall of the two imperial weapons at all. Hong! A dazzling beam of light shot out, reaching up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds. The divine splendor of an ancient great emperor covered the world. The divine seal decree erupted with endless light and an unparalleled divine might. In a flash, the light illuminated the entire northern region. It was extremely brilliant. Then, there was only darkness. It flickered for a moment and rushed into the clouds, disappearing into the 9 heavens. The divine seal decree had disappeared. This kind of power, this kind of aura, it truly is the might of an ancient emperor. In the depths of the mountain range, the expressions of the ancient clan elders were solemn to the extreme. Many people rushed into the distance and retrieved the ancient imperial weapons, no longer daring to act blindly without thinking. In the distance, in the sky above the Jade Lake, the Eternal Universe Furnace, Void Mirror, and Eternal Universe Furnace shook for a while before slowly fading away. The power of creation disappeared, leaving behind only some chaotic energy. After an unknown period of time, everyone came back to their senses, and all of them subconsciously let out a long breath. However, the ancient kings kneeling on the towering platform took a long time before they slowly stood up. Their faces were as pale as paper and they swayed. After experiencing such a calamity, they were both mentally and physically exhausted. Their entire bodies were covered in sweat. The terror they felt just now was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The world was silent. No one spoke. Everyone stood there silently. None of the cultivators from the various races said anything. Today, quite a few ancient kings came, but most of them died. There weren't many left, the losses world-shocking. If news of this got out, no one under the heavens would believe it. The appearance of the divine seal decree toppled everything. Killing ancient kings was like cutting grass. They were instantly turned to ashes, filling their bodies with fear. It was something that would be hard to forget for the rest of their lives. The ancient kings who survived were merely those who experienced it personally. They reported to the various races that Wuxia was still alive, and the most radical ones were wiped out. What exactly happened? Finally, someone arrived at the Jade Pool and asked about the changes here. After another period of time, powerful cultivators from various races appeared, all of them eager to know the truth. Everything that had happened just now had shocked many of the great powers of the northern region. Soon after, the Jade Pool was in an uproar. People could no longer remain calm. The news flew in all directions and spread to the other great regions. Everything that had happened today was a world-shaking change. Flying over thousands of mountains and rivers, crossing great rivers and grasslands, the eastern wasteland, central continent, southern mountains, northern plains, and western desert were all shaken. When the 10,000 ancient races understood everything, they immediately fell silent, unable to utter a single word. This was a great calamity for them. Within the Jade Pool, Yi Fan understood that everything that had happened was a plot. The divine kings and the others had worked together to lead it. It was the same as his previous thoughts. However, he couldn't do it because he lacked that kind of formidable strength. Meanwhile, the divine kings and the others could and had the ability to take the next step. However, he was the one who started all of this, and it was all because of him. Ever since he rang the bell of the beginning, everything had a trajectory, and the saints of the human clan had taken action to perfect his original intention. He and Zhong Lin had killed the Valley of Gods, but it was like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. However, the white-robed divine king had done even more. How many ancient kings had fallen on the sky-connecting platform? The blood-soaked meeting had been fought to the point where everyone was terrified. The white-robed divine king was definitely not the only saint of the human race. They had only pushed him out to contend against the various kings alone, establishing their might and establishing an unrivaled image. Just one divine king had drawn the attention of the ancient ancestral kings, and they had fought until rivers of blood flowed. Heavenly King Skyfall had appeared, and then the God Seal list had been activated to kill the most radical ones. This was the true example of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Killing such a group of people was more intimidating than anything else, and then the God Seal list had appeared, frightening everyone with the fact that Great Emperor Wuxia was still alive. This plan was very risky, and it had almost gone out of control. The attack of two ancient imperial weapons was too dangerous. From this, one could see the strength of the ancient race. They had truly reached an unbridled level, daring to kill a sacred place like the Jade Lake. The person controlling the God Seal list must be very strong. At the very least, it should be a legendary great sage. Yi Fan thought to himself and frowned at the same time. Even if the God Seal list had been revived and had boundless divine might, it would still be extremely difficult to create the aura of a great emperor. The caster had most likely paid a great price. In particular, the God Seal list had flown away to kill the person holding the ancient imperial weapon. Even the great sage would find it difficult to break free from the shackles of time and space. Who knew how much cultivation he would have to consume? The God Seal list has killed everything. The ancient race will most likely be quiet for a long time. There will probably be a peaceful negotiation after this, Yi Fan said to himself. If a few human saints appear one after another at this time, it will undoubtedly be shocking. Yi Fan was thinking about who would appear. A divine king in white had already caused the world to darken and ghosts to cry. If a few more saints appeared after the primordial antiquity era, the deterrent effect would increase. Putting aside whether Great Emperor Wuxia's appearance was real or fake, just the appearance of a few saints was enough to make the ancient races feel extreme fear. This was because the divine king in white had demonstrated to them how unparalleled the saints who appeared when the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow them to prove their Tao were. If Yi Fan had stirred up a cool breeze, then the divine king and the others had stirred up a shocking hurricane. They had magnified what he wanted to do countless times and carried out comprehensive perfection. While he was thinking about the causes and details of this battle, the ancient races were also thinking about it. The appearance of the God Seal list had shocked many races, including the royal family. At this moment, all the races felt a bone-piercing coldness. If a great emperor of the human race was still alive, it would be useless even if they invited a few great sages and quasi-emperors to help. The God Seal list has appeared. Is Wuxia really still alive? This was a secret place that only the supreme figures of the royal family could enter. There were a few people sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were blurry as if they had almost merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Wuxia, even if he knew all the secrets of the God Seal list, knew all its profundities, and had enough time to revive it, it would still be difficult to use this kind of divine might. An extremely ancient voice came from a hazy figure of chaotic chi. It's not impossible. If two great sage or a quasi-emperor were to take action and pay the price of blood, there is a certain chance of success. Another voice sounded, as if it had traveled through the heavens. Regardless of whether it is the real Wu Sure or the fake, it still proves how terrifying the human race is. There are unmatched experts still alive. At this point, this mysterious place quieted down. There were no more sounds and the blurry figures all disappeared. Everything was as Yi Fan predicted. 2 days later, a few powerful ancient kings personally came. They were no longer overbearing and seemed like they wanted to sit down and talk things over. The original representatives of the various races didn't leave. When they saw their own ancestral kings personally come and restrain their holy auras, they were all shaken. Everyone knew that a relatively peaceful era had arrived. In the future, it would be difficult for there to be any conflicts. It was just that they didn't know how long this would last. The Jade Lake Pure Land was now truly peaceful. The tense atmosphere was swept away. The human cultivators all had smiles on their faces as everything calmed down. The 9 Phoenix ancestral king has arrived. Many ancient races were shocked. They recognized one of the participants. The one who came was a terrifying existence from the Blood Phoenix Mountain imperial family. He was on the same level as Heavenly King Skyfall and was known as the 9 Phoenix King. During the archaic years, few were his match. His appearance triggered a huge commotion. Those who understood him all knew how terrifying he was. His name shook the archaic world. The past unmatched emperor of fighting had said that his aptitude wasn't bad. Even though it was a casual sentence, to be able to obtain the evaluation of an ancient emperor was an unmatched glory. The entire world would naturally know about this and everyone would feel reverence towards him. Then, an even greater commotion erupted, triggering a huge wave of chaos. The second saint of the human race appeared, leaving all clans shaken. The number 1 bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, appeared. He wore a spacious black robe that not even the heavenly eyes could see through. It was to the extent where it was unknown whether he was male or female. The human race has a second saint. All clans were shocked. A white-clothed divine king slaughtered until corpses covered the ground. The kings were all terrified, and now a second one appeared. This was undoubtedly shocking. The storm didn't stop there. Not long after, the third saint of the human race appeared, triggering another clamor. All clans were alarmed, and the human race was boiling. Even Yi Fan didn't expect this person to appear. It exceeded his expectations. He wasn't a stranger, but rather an old man he had seen before. His figure was stooped and he was incomparably old. He was the gatekeeper of the heavenly Jade Holy Land in the northern region. No one would have expected this. He said he was a descendant of heavenly Jade. I think he should be one of the lucky survivors from back then. Yi Fan was a bit dazed. He still remembered the scene of him entering the desolate stone square with the Crimson Dragon Daoist. At that time, the Crimson Dragon Daoist was startled and left. Now, he understood everything. The appearance of 3 saints from the human race naturally shocked the ancient races. Many ancient kings felt restraining fear and became incomparably cautious. At this point, the effects of the battle with the white-clothed divine king were undoubtedly evident. Everything didn't stop there. Not long after, the 4th saint of the human race appeared, triggering a wave of cheers. This was a type of sudden happiness. Meanwhile, the ancient races were all dumbfounded. How could another one appear? This saint came from the extraordinary warrior manor in the central state. He was an old manor lord who had already retired for many years. His successors had already died several generations ago. The ancient races were greatly shaken by the appearance of 4 saints. After the news spread, there were immediately ancestral kings who rushed over in person because this was far beyond their expectations. Moreover, it was rumored that a great sage would come. This was an existence who was invincible in the heavens and earth. He had only lost once in his life, and that was to an undefeatable existence in the past, the Emperor of Fighting. There were many cultivators in the Jade Pool. People came and went as the meeting opened. Yi Fan saw a familiar figure. It was an exceptionally beautiful youth with red lips and white teeth. His eyes were bright and clear, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. It's her. Xia Joyo. Yi Fan was startled. He still remembered this exceptional genius. When she was 12 or 13 years old, she was already stronger than all the saint children. Now, so many years had passed, and it was unknown to what extent she had grown. The two of them had fought before. At that time, he had even smacked the butt of this cross-dressing girl. This world-shocking genius was so angry that she wanted to skin him alive. Is it really him? An old friend from back then? Not far away, the Central Emperor gazed in another direction and stood there in a daze. Yi Fan turned around and just happened to see his expression. He followed his gaze in astonishment and was immediately stupefied. The proud girl Xia Joyo was already walking in that direction while supporting an old man. It's him, the sickly old man. Yi Fan was astonished. After that, a window in his heart was suddenly pushed open, and a lot of the fog dispersed. He immediately thought of many things. The Central Emperor was someone who died early 9,000 years ago. He was sealed by the Chisha manna and was able to revive. This kind of heroic genius who died early, and the old friend he knew was naturally a hero from 9,000 years ago. Tracing back to the endless river of time, who was the most suspicious person? There was only one person, and that was the unrivaled Gari Joyo of the past. His name shook the heavens and earth, and he was someone who almost corroborated the Tao. When the genius girl Xia Joyo chose her name, she must have been influenced by him and purposely used that word. The sickly old man was Gari Joyo, and he had walked all the way from the ancient river of time to the present world. This was truly frightening. Thinking back to the various events at the Qinling Celestial Pond, the sage who had helped him was undoubtedly Gari Joyo. Only he could have used the army formula to interfere with the extreme Tao Emperor weapon and save his life. Furthermore, the investiture of the gods had left the holy cliff and appeared here. Only this human race's great sage could use the army formula to control it. The cause and effect were all connected, and Yi Fan had a feeling of sudden realization. Senior. Yi Fan quickly chased after him, extremely excited. The two people in front of him stopped. The genius girl Xia Joyo had delicate features and was stunning. She was still dressed as a man, but she was no longer as arrogant as before. Time had worn away her edges and corners. When she met Yi Fan this time, she was very calm. As for the sickly old man, he had a sickly look on his face. After seeing him, he smiled, looking very ordinary and ordinary. Senior, I've always wanted to repay your great kindness in the past, but I couldn't find any traces of you. I have the undying true dragon elixir here. It can extend your lifespan, said Yi Fan. In the past, when Gari Joyo attacked in the Qinling Mountains, he had said that his lifespan was exhausted and he was about to die. He could only use the god rule once in a very long time. After controlling the investiture of the gods, he didn't know if he had injured himself. Yi Fan was incomparably worried. If he wanted to extend his life, this great sage definitely couldn't die. Don't worry, I'm fine. Controlling the investiture of the gods was done by me and another person. Moreover, I've obtained a few king medicines, so I can live for a few more years. The sickly old man smiled and was very easygoing. Yi Fan was relieved. With such a person overseeing things, there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps even the ancient race's great sage would come in person. This storm has come to an end, and there won't be any more waves. There will be a relatively peaceful period in the future. You guys should grasp it well. Chapter 829. There will be a period of relative peace, so make good use of it. Old man Gari Joyo spoke very lightly, but Yi Fan was both touched and heavy. It was really not easy to come by. This was a situation that was created by a few saints. How many people could understand the difficulties and dangers involved? They could die at any time. Especially with the attack of two ancient imperial weapons, this situation became chaotic. If it wasn't someone like Gari Joyo, who would have the courage to kill those with imperial weapons? With the revival of the ancient imperial weapons, even the great sage would die with a grudge. Even someone as powerful as Gari Joyo would not have survived if he hadn't mastered the army formula. Seniors and the others worry about the world and are worthy of respect. I didn't have to do anything before, Yifan said. No need to be modest. Gari Joyo really couldn't tell that he was a peerless figure. He looked sickly and didn't have the demeanor of a supreme expert. He smiled and said, "We just perfected it." Yifan didn't say anything more. The ones who were really modest were these human saints. They must have had a detailed plan. Even though they didn't show themselves, they had foresight. A true virtuous sage would always stand at the highest peak and look at the path that the world couldn't see. Beside him, Xia Joyo was in a white dress. She was as stunning as she used to be, overshadowing even fairies. She had changed from a stubborn and willful girl to a peerless beauty. Now, many things could be understood. Back then, Xia Joyo had clamored to refine Yifan's saint blood into a treasure pill. She must have done it to prolong her master's life, but it was also out of filial piety. The sickly old man's life had dried up. This girl must have been trying to find a way to live a few more years in this world. After thinking this through, Yifan felt that the domineering girl in the past wasn't so annoying anymore. Instead, she seemed a little cute. He couldn't help but laugh. "If you dare to look at me one more time, I'll refine your eyes into magic lamps." Xia Joyo's lips curled up slightly. Her big eyes flickered with a cold light. Yifan, he was just thinking that this girl had changed and become a lot cuter, but he was immediately threatened, leaving him speechless. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Although her peerless appearance had softened a little, she still had a proud heart, and her strength had not changed. The sickly old man walked forward with the help of the genius girl. He was ready to participate in a small meeting that only the sages and ancestral kings were allowed to enter. It concerned the peace of the world in the future. Outside the Jade Pool, an ancient war chariot was approaching. It was covered with axe marks and arrow holes. It was obvious that it had gone through many bloody battles. The 9 primordial fierce beasts that were pulling the carriage all spat out divine light. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and their auras were frightening. 1 or 2 of them were close to the sage realm. "It's him, the Chilean Heaven ancestral king from the Fire Chilean Cavern has arrived." That's right, it's the Chilean Heavenly King. He's on the same level as the 9 Phoenix King, and he's a terrifying existence that has the chance to become the great sage. During the primordial era, he moved unhindered through the various regions, and it was difficult to find a match for him. The 9 Phoenix King had been praised by the unparalleled emperor of fighting in the past, and the one who had come was naturally a blazing sun among the ancient races. Many ancient races came forward to pay their respects. They felt that the Jade Pool meeting this time was too extraordinary. Even the 9 Phoenix King and the Chilean Heaven ancestral king had arrived. It could be said that the ancient races attached great importance to this meeting. However, what was unexpected was that the Chilean Heavenly King was stunned as soon as he got off the war chariot. Then, he quickly walked forward and bowed to an old man. Many ancient race experts were stupefied. What kind of existence was the Chilean Heavenly King? He was actually bowing to an ordinary-looking old man. "Greetings, great sage Hunchuo." The moment the Chilean Heavenly King's words came out, everyone was petrified. Then, there was a putong sound as the ancient races all knelt down and called out to the great sage. This was a very ordinary old man. Rather than calling him an ancient race, it was better to say that he was a human. He looked like an old man from the countryside, and even his clothes were the same. There really was a great sage who had come. This made this meeting even more extraordinary. Everyone was shocked that such a character had appeared. One had to know that how many great sages could there be in an ancient planet? In the era when ancient emperors didn't appear, they were definitely unrivaled existences. The great sage Hunchuo's name shook the ancient times. He had only been defeated once in his life, and he was suppressed by the other party with a single hand. However, this wasn't shameful at all, because the other party was an undefeatable existence, the Emperor of Fighting. Who dared to challenge the ancient emperors? Forget about the result, just this kind of courage was admirable. At that time, the ancient times were greatly shaken. Although the great sage Hunchuo mocked himself and said that he was courting death because he didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, it didn't damage his prestige. Instead, it shocked the entire world. Back then, the Emperor of Fighting only laughed it off and didn't injure him. Moreover, he even said that he wasn't bad. This could be considered a type of praise and obtained the ancient emperor's approval. No one would have thought that the great sage who had only been defeated once in his life would really come. Although there were rumors, no one believed it at first. The great sage Hunchuo let the Chilean heavenly king get up and they walked towards the Jade Lake Pure Land. He immediately saw Gari Joyo and his body trembled. He didn't let the Chilean heavenly king accompany him anymore. He walked forward alone and caught up with the sickly old man. He said, "The human race is really admirable. What is there to talk about? Myriad races coexist and the world is at peace." Gari Joyo smiled. "That's right. The emperors of the ancient times and the great emperors of the human race were all magnanimous and said similar things." The great sage Hunchuo nodded and sighed. He said, "It's better for the characters above the great sage to not appear in the future. Leave the world to the later generations." The sickly old man Gari Joyo also nodded and said, "I think even the great sage shouldn't appear. For example, with my old arms and legs, it's still possible for me to ruthlessly wipe out a royal family. Not to mention those vigorous ancestral kings. If they are angry, it's not impossible for them to kill millions of corpses and end a few races. For the peace of the world, for the hard-won peace, it's better to let them cultivate on their own." The great sage Hunchuo was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "We have to give the young people some chances." The old man Gari Joyo squinted his eyes and said, "The ancestral kings and sages have cultivated for many years and they all crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of bones. It's useless to engage in so-called life and death battles to break through. Didn't the strongest bloodline of the ancient emperors awaken in this generation? I'm looking forward to it. Aren't the most outstanding prodigies of the myriad races also full of vigor? They all need a stage, so let's leave the world to them. There are indeed a few bloodlines of the ancient emperors. 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. Their talents are rare throughout the ages. The princes of the human race weren't all used up during the Dark Age, right? In such a great era, the path of the ancient emperors paved with blood and bones is really cruel." The great sage Hunchuo muttered to himself. The central emperor watched Gari Joyo disappear into the distance. There was a moment of silence before he sighed softly. Although they were old acquaintances, he didn't go forward to meet them. Everyone had their own different path. Life experiences were different, so the trajectory was also different. As long as one's life had not reached its end, there would be all kinds of possibilities. Everyone was the only protagonist in their own life, but at the same time, they were also the supporting characters and passers-by in the lives of others. Yi Fan sat quietly at the Jasper Lake. He waited for a long time, but the old woman of the same generation as the crazy old man didn't appear. He sighed. An era had come to an end. Such a sage had fallen in the birthplace of the northern celestial light. However, no one knew that the sage's later years were like this. It was more or less miserable, and there wasn't even someone to send her off. Withering, the curtain had come to an end. The wind rose, and the fallen flowers drifted. Although there was a delicate fragrance, it was very sad and beautiful. An era had come to an end. The wind grew stronger, and all kinds of petals fell and withered. Yi Fan sat alone for a long time and felt a chill. In the end, only the sage and the ancestral king were discussing. Outsiders didn't know what kind of quarrel they were having, but there were occasional bursts of anger and coercion, indicating that the scene was not peaceful. "Little Yi, you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Come, let's go drink." Li Tian walked over, his eyes sizing up the various beauties as he laughed. "Little Yi, let's go. Drink to your heart's content today, and the future will finally be peaceful. Then, damn it, let's go kill that heavenly prince and that watermelon Yuan Gu." Li Heishire also walked over, hugging a wine jar and burping. Yi Fan smiled and walked back with them. In front of them, the southern demon, Qi Huashire, the central emperor, Ji Ziyue, the Jasper Lake Saintess, Ji Haoyue, the monkey, and the divine silkworm Daoist were drinking together. It was very lively. Duander was playing the role of a useless advisor, giving random ideas to Dongfang Man, urging him to challenge the heavenly prince and kill him to avenge his brother. As soon as he returned, Li Tian was filled with all kinds of jealousy and hatred. He saw his senior brother Yang Yishi drinking with a girl from the far ancient imperial family. Damn it, a real primordial divine girl. People like my senior brother should be struck by lightning. With him here, I lack a sense of existence. Li Tian was indignant. She's the sister of the fire unicorn. Yang Yishi said this as if nothing had happened. He was dressed in white, and his face was like jade, otherworldly and refined. What? Ancient imperial bloodline? Don't provoke her. Li Tian's expression changed. He then said, leave it to me from now on. Everyone was speechless. In the distance, a girl in purple walked by. Duander immediately poked Yi Fan and said, Purple Mansion Saintess, innate Dao embryo, this is a good opportunity. Knock her out and carry her away. In the future, we can cultivate a second Wu Shi. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Suddenly, there was chaos outside the Jade Lake Pure Land. It was as if chickens were flying and dogs were jumping about. Someone was cursing and the faint barking of dogs could be heard. At this moment, Yi Fan jumped up with an incomparably excited expression and said, It's the Black Emperor. How can this be? I saw it die with my own eyes. It was killed for us. Li Heishui's mood immediately became downcast. It's him, there's no mistake. Yi Fan rushed out. Seeing this, the others also stood up and followed. Outside the Jade Lake, a big black dog was sticking out its red tongue. It was as robust as a bull, and its black fur was shiny like silk. Black Emperor. Yi Fan was excited. It really was him. You are still alive. Li Heishui was also excited and rushed over. Everyone was dumbfounded. This dog really wasn't dead and had come out alive and kicking. His life was truly tenacious. Why is there a ruckus as soon as you appear? Behind them, someone laughed and said excitedly, Who am I? Everyone's eyes are on me. The wind and clouds move for me, and heaven and earth cry for me. Only a place with me will there be glory. The big black dog was arrogant and boasted shamelessly. His skin was extremely thick. Boom. Within the Jade Lake, another wisp of the aura of a saint erupted. The noise was so loud that many people heard the sound of the ancestral king's meeting. No, absolutely not. Why can't a saint-level figure make a move? Why? Everyone was shocked. Clearly, a deadlock had appeared in the meeting. When the Black Emperor who had just arrived at the Jade Lake heard these roars, his expression immediately became solemn, and his entire body shone. I'm going to do something big. After saying this, he spat out a golden paper that was extremely brilliant, and the aura of a supreme great emperor rushed out. What is this? Yi Fan asked in surprise. Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree. The Black Emperor said solemnly. What, this really is, that's right, it really is. The Black Emperor nodded seriously. Chapter 830. Really, this decree is real? Li Heishui felt his mouth go dry. He swallowed with difficulty, feeling incredulous. This golden paper was majestic, sacred, and auspicious. The aura it emitted made people want to bow down. This kind of thing was difficult to imitate. It was definitely an artifact of an ancient emperor. How is this possible? Is there really an emperor alive in the present world? Even the monkey was shocked, as if he had heard that the emperor of fighting had been resurrected. The large black dog raised his massive head proudly. His entire body was radiating with divine light, and it could be said that he was a dignified and divine being. Of course. Let me see what's written on it. Yi Fan stretched out his hand. He was excited. Intuitively, he knew this was a divine paper. This involves the mysteries of the heavens, and not just anyone can see it. Seeing that we're all acquaintances, just give me a holy fruit or half a stalk of undying divine medicine and I'll let you see it carefully. The Black Emperor put on airs, bared his white teeth, and said in a very confident manner. Sure enough, his nature was hard to change. Yi Fan went up to snatch it, but his mind was shaken. There was a kind of emperor's might that made him feel very uncomfortable. I'll give you half price because we are acquaintances. If that damned fatty who steals graves all day wants to see it, everything will be doubled. The large black stared at Duanda. Wuxia is still alive. This is too ridiculous. The heartless Taoist rubbed his nose. At this time, Yi Fan had already held the Wuxia decree in his hand. The divine paper was surrounded by light, making his body look auspicious and sparkling. He turned it over and over, feeling a kind of vastness and majesty. He was engulfed by a sacred light, but he didn't see any words. How is it? Stunned, right? Do you not recognize the words on it? Do you need me to teach you the Supreme Emperor's language? The large black dog said arrogantly. What's written on it? Let me see. Li Tian couldn't wait. He took it from Yi Fan's hand and stared at it for a long time. This wordless heavenly scroll is so King profound. Really? Let me have a look. Duanda came over to have a look, but at the same time, he was very vigilant in case of being bitten by the dogs. Based on my many years of experience in tomb raiding, this wordless heavenly book doesn't have any King word. Fatty Duan came to this conclusion. Damned dog, are you messing with us? Woof, I took the wrong card. Sorry, it should be the other card. The large black dog scratched his head, an embarrassed expression on his face. To think that I thought it was a wordless heavenly book. What a waste of my sincerity and respect. It turns out that it's just a blank piece of paper. Li Tian was the most indignant. I came here in a hurry, so I grabbed a few more. I didn't think that I would make a mistake just now, the large black dog explained guiltily. What? A few at once? Isn't that too cheap? Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't doubt me, the large black dog said. This time, it's definitely the real deal. Once it appears, everyone will have to pay their respects to it. Are you all ready? Go to hell, you took a stack of decrees at once. Who would believe you? Even Li Heishure cast a vote of disbelief. The large black dog spat out divine papers in succession, and they were all wordless heavenly books. The papers flickered with holy light, and had the aura of an ancient emperor. However, they were all wordless. Damned dog, you really know how to mess things up. Yi Fan wanted to kick him. Only Duanda kept the papers, wanting to take them for himself. His eyes shone with a thieving light, and he said, good stuff, there are really a lot of papers specially used by ancient emperors. F***ck, fatty, if you dare to swallow one, I'll bite you 10,000 times and take you as my human pet. The large black dog spat out the papers as he threatened fiercely, and said, these are all used by me to make my bed. Really, F***king, extravagant. The eyes of the habitual tomb raider Duanda were bloodshot. You really have Wuxia's decree? Li Heishure was doubtful. Boom. Suddenly, the whole heaven and earth trembled, and a majestic aura spread out. A divine paper shone brilliantly, and it had an unusual aura compared to the other papers. That's it. They walked into the Jade Lake, and along the way, many people felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if they were facing an eternal monument, and they almost all knelt down. This time, the large black dog held his head high. He didn't have to pretend to be dignified and holy anymore. This piece of paper illuminated every inch of his body, and his whole body shone with dazzling holy light. Be careful, I'm going to use my divine power. At this moment, he only used a little bit of his divine power, and this piece of paper instantly seemed to have a life of its own. Boom! A terrifying wave spread out, instantly surging like a vast ocean, engulfing the Jade Lake. A few ancient characters appeared on the divine paper, profound and difficult to read. Above the 9 heavens, streaks of auspicious light descended, and treasured lotuses grew on the ground. All kinds of multicolored light rose, and it was a scene of holiness that engulfed the large black dog in the center. To be more precise, it entwined the decree, turning it into an eternal light. This kind of aura couldn't be faked, and it belonged to an ancient emperor. It wasn't a divine power that could suppress the heavens, but it was as majestic as the vast ocean. Indistinctly, celestial music could be heard, and in the distance, all kinds of spirit beasts began to fly, and all the flowers in the Pure Land immediately bloomed. What? The decree of an ancient emperor has arrived. In the Jade Lake, Many ancient kings stood up in shock, and even the saints of the human race were no exception. Their senses were the clearest, and with their cultivation levels, it was easy for them to come into contact with Tao marks of this level. There isn't the intimidation of extreme divine power, but it can't be wrong. This is the unique aura of an existence like the archaic emperor, an ancient king said with a trembling voice. Let's go and take a look. Great sage Hunchuo was very calm. He stood up and walked out. Gari Joyo also stood up and walked out with the others. They could clearly see a divine paper floating in front of them, and a large dog with its head held high was enveloped by divine splendor. There were 4 words on the decree, and they were intimidating. The strokes were vigorous, and the pressure made it hard for one to breathe. And this kind of spiritual pressure was something that only ancient kings would feel fear, and their bodies broke out in cold sweat. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to feel this kind of spiritual pressure, and it was difficult for them to trigger this kind of spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the more horrified they would be. Is this really the decree of an ancient emperor? An ancient king asked with a trembling voice. Indeed. The Black Emperor was incomparably arrogant, and said loudly, "This emperor will personally read out Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree." Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree. As soon as these words came out, the Jade Lake immediately exploded, and everyone couldn't help but cry out. They all stared in this direction, at the Black Emperor, and immediately flared up. The divine paper shone with boundless brilliance, becoming more and more resplendent, illuminating the heaven and earth. The holy splendor scattered to every corner, making people feel reverence and peace. Who are you? How can you be sure that this is Wu Shi's decree? An ancient king asked. You asked the right question. Listen up, this is the first time this emperor has revealed his true identity in the world. The Black Emperor swept his gaze in all directions, and standing on the high platform, he said, "I am the mountain protector Black Emperor under Great Emperor Wu Shi." The Jade Lake quieted down, and everyone stared forward, looking at it, looking at the decree, and they were indescribably amazed. The ancient race's people frowned even more. The word emperor had a special meaning, and this dog was so rebellious, daring to use such a name. It made them feel uncomfortable in their hearts. You guys still don't know who it is. There are some ancient records that Great Emperor Wu Shi adopted a young dog in his later years. Duanda spoke from within the crowd. It's him. I've heard of this kind of secret before. A few sect master level figures said in shock. The Jade Lake immediately became noisy. A dog caused a huge commotion, bringing along Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree, leaving everyone indescribably shaken. Nonsense, this emperor is a natural-born sacred emperor, the reincarnation of a deity. The Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. What mountain protector Black Emperor? It was definitely a mountain protector beast, magnified endlessly by it. Yi Fan and the others cursed inwardly, but they were also quite shocked. This was the first time the Black Emperor revealed his origins. What words are those? Why can't we decipher them? An ancient king was endlessly bewildered. They had long realized that this was the work of a great emperor. These are the special words used by ancient emperors and great emperors after comprehending the Tao. Great sage Hunchuo said. After carefully studying it, he read out those ancient words and said, "There is no saint under the heavens." Correct, there is no saint under the heavens. Gari Joyo also said. Hiss. The group of people sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them stunned. Was this the meaning of Great Emperor Wu Shi? He issued this kind of decree, leaving everyone shaken. If you don't believe me, you guys can take a look. The Black Emperor was extremely generous, bringing out the divine paper. The group of ancient kings were horrified, all of them retreating, and only after a long time did they slowly surround it. After watching for a long time, not a single person said anything, all of them silent. A great emperor was still alive, was he going to seal them? I've already said before, saints should hide their cultivation, leave this world to the youngsters. Gari Joyo said. Great sage Hunchuo's expression was cold, and he said, Good, good, good. The myriad races will coexist, and the future will be very peaceful. They invited this decree into the secret land of the Jade Lake, and continued to discuss. However, the style had already been decided, and no matter how noisy the people outside were, everything was about to come to an end. In a place where no one was around, Yi Fan grabbed one of the Black Emperor's large ears, and asked seriously, "Is Great Emperor Wu Shi really still alive?" Of course, Great Emperor Wu Shi is peerless in the heavens and earth, and he wanted to suppress the celestial capital. Unfortunately, he left the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and could not be found. He was lonely for tens of thousands of years, invincible in the long river of time, the large black dog replied with certainty. "Where is he?" Li Tian's eyes shone, and he couldn't help but move closer, asking as if they were close friends. "How would I know? I haven't seen him for many tens of thousands of years." "He has probably entered the celestial realm," the Black Emperor said. The group of people were petrified, and then they all pounced, grabbing his neck. At the same time, they asked, "Where did that decree come from?" F***CK, you are all blaspheming the great Black Emperor. Let go. The Black Emperor coughed. "Hurry up and tell me, where did that decree come from?" The group of people were strangling him to the point where his eyes were about to roll back. "I said, let go. That was written by Great Emperor Wu Shi more than 100,000 years ago, and I used it as a bed cushion." The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue, and revealed the truth. The group of people were all dumbfounded. This decree had actually been taken out from a dog kennel? Could this dog be any more ridiculous? He had deceived a group of ancient kings. The decree is real, and there is no mistake, but it does not mean that, the large black dog mumbled. The phrase "there is no saint in the world" was not aimed at all the saints in the world, but rather at a kind of moral character. There was no one in the world who could become a saint, and there was no perfect person in the world. The heaven and earth are damaged, and humans are also flawed. A flawless person will be destroyed, and immortals will no longer exist. The Black Emperor muttered, and said a few words. Back then, he had not heard it clearly, and only remembered a few words. "Do immortals not exist?" Duanda muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head, saying that this was impossible. Great Emperor Wu Shi said that there are no immortals in this world. I think he saw a place where there were immortals, so he disappeared, ascended, and went to another world, the large black dog said. "Damned dog, just how many secrets are you still hiding from us? Hurry up and tell us." Yi Fan did not let go. "Brat, you ran away for 12 years. What exactly did you encounter in the realm of stars? Hurry up and tell us," the large black dog retorted. The Jade Lake meeting soon came to an end. Not long after, a piece of news that shocked the 5 regions spread out. There were no saints in the world, and the world was about to be at peace. Is this a sign of peace? I think it's the opening of the path of blood. The bloodline of the ancient emperors has not been depleted. Is the son of the great emperor of the ancient ages about to be born? Some people who had cultivated for a long time immediately smelled the scent of blood. "Brat, let go of me. This time, I have suppressed all the races, and in terms of merit, I am the greatest. Regarding everything related to the investiture of the gods and Great Emperor Wu Shi, I have silently made an enormous contribution, enough to shock the heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep," the Black Emperor shouted. "I want to ask you, where did little Nan Nan go?" "She ascended." The Black Emperor's words caused Yi Fan to stumble in shock, and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 831. Little Nan Nan had ascended. When this news came out, not only did Yi Fan stagger, the others were also stunned, and couldn't speak for a while. "Who are you lying to? Tell me, where did she go? Did you lose her?" Yi Fan grabbed his black hair that was like a lion's mane. "It's true, I swear I didn't say anything false. I saw it with my own eyes. Flowers floated in the sky, and celestial music played. Then, she flew into the sky, and I couldn't catch up to her no matter how hard I tried." The large black dog pointed at the sky and swore. That year, Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and the others were ambushed, and Liu Ku was directly blasted into a bloody pulp. If the large black dog hadn't appeared in time, everyone would have been killed. That time was too dangerous. First, there was the inheritor of the demonic heaven-devouring art, then there was the winged servant of the heavenly prince, this mountain eagle. Finally, there was the mysterious and unknown incomplete 9 apertures creature, the large rock head. It was truly terrifying. The Black Emperor saved them with formation patterns, but he was hit by someone. A divine light entered the region gate and slashed him out of the void. Even if he had iron bones, he was still broken into pieces. Little Nan fell from his body and cried loudly. She shook him with her two little hands, calling him to wake up. She lay on his body and cried her heart out. Yi Fan could imagine that scene. Little Nan treated him and the Black Emperor as the closest people. At that time, he wasn't by her side, and only a large dog accompanied her. Little Nan must have been heartbroken. Later, the pursuers approached. The large black dog recounted the events of the past, and was slightly disappointed. Little Nan was sorrowful. She cried as she tried to carry him on her back and run. She stumbled, and kept falling. I will definitely kill those people. Yi Fan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Finally, the man and the dog were surrounded. But at that moment, Little Nan's small body actually emitted a brilliant light. The heavens descended, and celestial music played. It was as if she had ascended, and she soared into the sky with the Black Emperor. No one could catch up. When we reached the outer realm, her tears immediately helped me recover. That feeling was too mysterious. Even now, the Black Emperor still felt that it was inconceivable. Then, it was swept down from the sky by a streak of Tao light, falling into a great wasteland. It survived. At that moment, the Black Emperor seemed to have gone mad as he carved the Great Emperor's remnant marks. It was rare for him to be accurate, and he directly arrived in outer space, returning to that place. However, he never saw Nan again. Ever since that day, he had completely lost track of her. Over the years, the Black Emperor had spent most of his time in the sky above this ancient star, but in the end, he had never seen little Nan again. Why is it like this? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Poor little Nan. Ji Ziyue said softly. She really liked this little one. She always wanted to tease her, but she disappeared just like that. The others also frowned. Many of them had seen the little girl before. She was obedient and cute, never growing up, yet she disappeared just like that. Everyone was worried. Ascend to heaven? Who could believe it? Don't worry, I feel that no one in this world can kill her. There is a special characteristic on her body that I have only sensed from one person in my life. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan finally knew why the greedy and arrogant big black dog was willing to be little Nan's mount. It was a pity that he couldn't see that little girl anymore. Everyone gathered together and talked about their own experiences, and the Black Emperor also revealed many secrets. Jiyu Tianshu was still alive. This was another piece of earth-shattering news that the Black Emperor revealed after admitting that he had followed Great Emperor Wu Shi. This time, they could enter the Holy Cliff because the Black Emperor understood the killing formation there and told them the various secrets of the investiture of the gods. Gari Joyo and Jiyu Tianshu were able to solve the mystery. Of course, the two of them also borrowed an extreme emperor weapon and temporarily suppressed it on the Holy Cliff. Now, they should have retrieved the investiture of the gods when they returned. The saints have sacrificed a lot and done many things, but they have never mentioned it. It is not something that outsiders can understand. They felt respect in their hearts, but they also became more aware of their own shortcomings. They needed to quickly increase their strength during this rare period of peace. I can sense the aura of the Tai sovereign sword, the great Xia prince said. The little nun also nodded seriously. That kind of power was connected to their bloodline. Everyone was shocked. There was still an extreme emperor weapon in the Jade Lake. If they really fought, the North region would be flattened. The human race had prepared a lot. It is undeniable that in this world, some forces only care about themselves. They don't care about what will happen after their death. However, the great sects are still very responsible and will look far ahead, Ji Haoyue said. If they really fought, the ancient race would definitely suffer heavy losses. Unfortunately, they have more than one great sage. Even if they killed great sage Hunchuo and the ancient kings present, it would be useless, Yarrow Yukong said. In the end, the Jade Lake meeting came to an end, and people from all sides left in batches. Of course, there were still many people who had not left. Many familiar people gathered and drank to their heart's content. After all, a rare period of peace had arrived. A person with a very high status found Yi Fan. It was Lin Daochen, the vice manor lord of the Chisha Manor. He told him that in a few years, a path to the outer realm would be opened. After so many years, the Chisha Manor finally made a decision. They once again invited Yi Fan and told him that if he was interested, he could make a trip to the Central Plains. 9 great accomplishment Saint Physiques. How many of them have set foot on this path, and some have returned alive? The reason why the Azure Emperor could prove his Tao in the post-antiquity era is also related to this path. The shortest is a year's worth of cultivation, and the longest is a lifetime in the outer realm. Lin Daochen didn't say much and only left these 3 sentences before leaving. Yi Fan stood there in a daze. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly raised his head and found that Lin Daochen had also gone to find the wavering light saint child, the southern demon, and the central emperor. The final selection hasn't been decided yet, or will the people going this time surpass the previous ones? Yi Fan was astonished. Even that bastard Duanda had been found. Even the Ji clan's little moon was one of the candidates. She was quite open and had a bright smile on her face, looking eager to try. Pang Bo had once told him that the journey to the outer realm was a path stained with blood. Since ancient times, only a few people had returned alive. I say, Lord Black Emperor, look over there. There's a fellow that suits you quite well. Li Tian pointed in the distance. It was an ancient creature with a dog's head, a human's body, and a pair of pure white divine wings on its back. A divine halo enveloped its head, making it look quite holy. Too ugly, the Black Emperor said with his tongue hanging out. Immediately, a terrifying pressure spread over. The divine halo around the dog-headed angel's body became even more resplendent as it looked over coldly. Don't say any more, it's a bit smelly. Damn, too bad it's a male. The Black Emperor cursed drunkenly. Bang! The group of people were sent flying. The place where they were drinking exploded, and the ancient creature left the Jade Lake. This is an expert from the heavenly dog race. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden warned them not to speak carelessly. Finally, it was time to part. Yi Fan and the others were going to leave this pure land together. In the coming period of time, the 10,000 races would reproduce and recuperate. There wouldn't be any great battles, but no one could relax. The Black Emperor was drunk. His tongue was hanging out, and he stood up straight. He was actually together with Duanda, and the two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. It was very disharmonious. The two of them didn't have much of a natural disposition. It was quite strange for them to be together like this. No matter how one looked at it, they were a pair of greedy and shameless people. I am lightning, I am light, I am the only legend. The Black Emperor howled dryly, startling countless wild ducks. Break and then establish and then break, the elephant is formless, the Lord is nowhere to be seen, I am your only sacred emperor. Duanda also howled drunkenly. Then, the two bastards finally revealed their true colors. They fought against each other, attacking each other secretly, seizing each other's treasures, god weapons, and other things. F***CK, tomb robber, don't think that I don't know that you've been eyeing the Purple Mountain for so many years. You dare to covet my nest? If I don't bite you to death, my human pet will tremble in fear, woof. Damned dog, don't think that I don't know your background. The limit of a great elite is fake. You break and then establish, and you go back and forth. You always want to steal my heaven-engulfing demonic lid. My uncle boundless celestial being. You dare to attack me. Neither of them were kind people, and once they were together, they would definitely fight to the death. However, the others didn't try to dissuade them. Instead, they clapped their hands and cheered them on. Woof, woof, woof. After so many years, the large black dog had already become a supreme great elite, and was even close to the severing Dao tier. Meanwhile, Duanda was also strange and unfathomable. It was impossible to tell how powerful he was, and he fought evenly with the large black dog. Both of their objectives were to seize treasures, and the secret techniques they used were unheard of. They could capture ancient weapons from the bodies of others. In the end, the large black dog stopped first, and solemnly announced a ceasefire. Then, He ran off into the distance. In front of him were the people from the various holy lands. They were about to carve formation patterns and leave. There were many young disciples among them, and a purple-robed young woman among them was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. She was innately compatible with the Tao, and if she didn't deliberately suppress her aura, it would be like a heavenly curtain pouring down from the sky. Even so, she was still surrounded by all kinds of light of the Tao, and she was indescribably holy and otherworldly. Coupled with her peerless beauty, she was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended into the world. She was the holy daughter of the Purple Mansion. The large black dog was wearing a pair of flowery underpants, and he ran over on his hind legs. He was incredibly fervent, and he said, for the sake of quelling the chaos, for the peace of the entire ancient planet, and for the future of the human race, please give birth to an innate saint body Tao fetus. Outside the Jade Lake, the various forces were petrified, and the people from the Purple Mansion were also stunned. The heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, and there was a deathly silence. However, this didn't last for too long. The people from the Purple Mansion all shouted, and all kinds of light flew out toward the Black Emperor, causing him to cover his head and scurry away. Of course, they didn't kill him. Now, everyone knew that he was a divine dog that followed Great Emperor Wu Shi. If they really killed him, there might be a great calamity. I'm serious. Great Emperor Wu Shi asked me to find a successor, and it has to be an innate saint body Tao fetus, the large black dog said in a fervent voice from afar. You're not lying? If that's the case, I ask the Supreme Great Emperor to issue a decree. To everyone's surprise, a living fossil from the Purple Mansion Holy Land actually said such a thing. Of course it's true. To tell you the truth, Great Emperor Wu Shi himself has an innate saint body Tao fetus. Otherwise, how could he have swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and become invincible? He wandered through the endless river of time, lonely and unmatched. He needs someone with the same physique to inherit his Tao fetus. The large black dog swore solemnly, and he almost cursed himself. There was a fervent expression on his face, and he moved closer to the people from the Purple Mansion Holy Land, speaking so loudly that his saliva flew everywhere. Peng! Little Moon of the Ji clan made a move. This was a rare instance of violence. She borrowed an extra-large divine hammer from Duanda. It was even larger than a house, and she smashed it on the back of the Black Emperor's head, causing him to faint. Brother, drag our dog home and throw him into the woodshed. Ji Ziyue threw down the large hammer, clapped her hands, and summoned Ji Haoyue. It's fine, leave it to me. Brother Duan is also a brother. I don't have any other strong points, but I'm good at excavating the remaining value, and I can use my eyes to discern the beauty of the world. The unscrupulous Taoist priest stepped forward, wanting to strip the large black dog clean. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped him. Otherwise, if the black dog woke up, he would definitely go crazy, and the entire north region would hear the dogs barking every night. Let's go, everyone. May we meet again. The prince of the great Xia, the little nun in white, Yarrow Yukong, and the others left one after another. Let's go as well. What plans does little Yi have for the future? Li Heishure asked. I want to establish an incomparably great sect, Yi Fan said. Let's establish a sect together and choose 2 neighboring mountains. These days, if one isn't a sect master, they don't even have the confidence to get close to an archaic divine girl, Li Tian said, sighing that the archaic divine girl was too powerful, and it was a little hard for him to handle. They hadn't walked far, and the Jade Lake behind them could still be vaguely seen. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance appeared in the void. A sword sealed the sky. This was a fatal blow. A demon sword dripping with blood was as fast as lightning, stabbing towards the top of Yi Fan's head. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it escaped his spiritual senses. If it was a normal person, they would undoubtedly die, and there was no way to evade it at all. It was exceptionally sharp, and this was a thunderous strike from a king of assassins. At this moment, Yi Fan surprisingly calmed down. His heart was empty, and his body was like a green rainbow. He used the line formula, and by a hair's breadth, he evaded this attack, shifting thousands of meters away. Pu. However, blood splattered. It was as though someone had long predicted that he would flee here. An assassin king of assassins appeared from the void, piercing a demon's sword that was dripping with blood into Yi Fan's body. "Little Yi Fan," Ji Ziyue exclaimed in shock. She instantly rushed over, and the others also acted. "Don't come over, all of you retreat," Yi Fan roared, his voice like thunder, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. If it was someone else, their body and soul would have long since been destroyed. Because although the two who acted were extremely old, they had already succeeded in the third slash of immortals, and were incomparably terrifying. Such characters could be said to be a fatal blow to a second-level immortal foundation cultivator. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult for them to revive. Only the Saint physique was special. His flesh was incomparably tough, withstanding the impact of a king-level expert, not allowing the laws to dissipate, and forcibly breaking that demon sword. However, Yi Fan was also bleeding profusely. He was injured, and his golden saint blood was dazzling to the eyes. His blood qi rumbled like thunder, rumbling and seething. "Hell, the mortal world, the two of us cannot live under the same sky." Yi Fan pointed to the heavens and swore. The others were also enraged. At this critical juncture, the ancient killer god dynasty actually wanted to strangle the saint physique of the human race. This caused the eyes of everyone to turn red as their anger soared to the heavens. As expected, there are all kinds of people. Even Duanda's countenance changed. For the sake of the human race, some great sects didn't hesitate to fight to the death, doing their best to resolve the crisis. Even taking out an emperor-ranked weapon was nothing. But for some great sects, they didn't care about what would happen after his death. From the start to the end, they only cared about their own benefits, afraid that the saint physique would grow stronger and uproot them. When the Prince of Grand Shia said that the Grand Sovereign Sword was also in the Jasper Lake, everyone was still sighing. The radiance of humanity was always very resplendent, but in the blink of an eye, they encountered such a thing. F***ck, little Yi Fan risked his life to enter the Violet Mountain and did so much. Where are these inhumane bastards? When everything calmed down, they actually acted against him. They deserve death. Li Heishui was infuriated. The rise of a supreme sect would always be accompanied by a storm of blood. In the next 100 years, let's build Yi Fan's supreme sect on the ruins of the mortal world and hell. Li Tian spoke. Chapter 832. Kai. The killer god imperial court's person turned into an afterimage. A blood sword appeared in front of him, breaking through the restrictions of time and space. Killing intent pervaded the air. He still didn't give up and unleashed a thunderous attack. Chong. Sparks flew in all directions like a meteor shower. The instant Yi Fan evaded with the row technique, he pointed out a finger radiance to probe this person. The blood sword patterns didn't move in the slightest and only released chong-chong sounds. Biting cold killing intent and heaven overflowing killing intent were like a group of archaic vicious beasts charging crazily, engulfing the wasteland as they charged over. The other killer king also arrived. Their attack didn't work, but they didn't leave. Instead, they wanted to use their king-level power to suppress and kill Yi Fan. When one was powerful to this degree, killing sect masters was like cutting grass. "I was just waiting for you guys to come." Yi Fan was truly angry. He did everything he could to deal with the archaic king race, yet in the end, he was treated like this. He didn't use heavenly tribulation because he didn't want to use it up now. However, he wasn't willing to let these two go either, even if they were terrifying immortal kings. Hong. In the distance, the monkey took action. He brandished a large iron rod that was full of bumps and hollows. It wasn't very smooth. This was an archaic vicious weapon from back then. He turned into a streak of golden light and rushed over, smashing towards one of the killer kings. He was already at the third immortal severing Dao. Even though he had just stepped into it, he was still the son of an ancient emperor. His strength was great enough to catch up to kings who had cultivated for many years. One of them immediately gave up on Yi Fan and went up to block the monkey. He wanted to stall for time and let the other kill Yi Fan. He thought that nothing unexpected would happen because the immortal king killed sect masters as easily as plucking flowers. Yi Fan didn't have anything to hide. He immediately brought out that divine shell. He definitely wouldn't let these two go. Hong. Like a flood that overflowed into the heavens, A wave of blood energy pierced through the heavens. A majestic pressure pervaded the air. From the distance, it looked like a great golden furnace that immediately covered this place. Holy might! An unstoppable holy might! Go! This killer king was immediately horrified. He quickly called out to the other person and turned around to run. They would never face those who surpassed themselves head-on. They focused on assassination. None of you will leave today, Yi Fan roared furiously. With a loud roar, a golden ripple rushed out like a vast sea. Pu. The king of assassins coughed up a large mouthful of blood on the spot and almost fell from the sky. Although it was not a saint's law, it was still a sonic boom of this level. He naturally could not withstand it. That's right. None of you can escape. Monkey swung his cudgel and chased after another king of assassins. Whoosh. The two killer kings entered the void, disappearing from where they stood. However, Yi Fan sneered and chased after him with the row formula. This kind of secret technique was useless against him because he had already read the ancient scrolls of the Celestial Court. Boom. At this moment, he didn't need to use any laws. He punched out and the golden blood energy surged forward like a divine sea. Pu. The void collapsed, and a person spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell out. He didn't even look back as he continued to flee. The blood sword in his hand was broken, and one of his arms was bent beyond recognition. You really did obtain the legacy of the Celestial Court, King of Killers growled. Ah! Yi Fan shouted and spoke the six-syllable mantra. His physical body hummed and trembled slightly. Suddenly, a golden wave rushed out and caused the void in front to collapse. Ah! King of Killers screamed miserably. His divine laws couldn't injure this sacred shell, and he was seriously injured once again. Yi Fan's eyes were suffused with a cold glint as he used the row formula. His body turned into a beam of light and arrived in front of the King of Killers. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed the King of Killers. In terms of speed, none of the current kings could compare to him. There was simply no hope of escaping. Yi Fan grabbed him back like a little chick. In the distance, the monkey was bewildered. Although the fiery eye's golden clarity hadn't been shaken off by that King of Killers, he was also about to disappear. He couldn't completely break through Hell's concealment technique. Boom! Yi Fan arrived and blasted that shriveled figure out of the void with a punch. He then followed up with a heaven-overturning seal. Ah! With a loud cry, this person's bones were also broken. In the end, the monkey's jet-black cudgel also smashed down, smashing half of his body. Yi Fan was like dragging dead dogs. He placed the two killers together. They were both heavily injured and on the verge of death. Their bodies were spasming. We risked our lives to enter the Purple Mountain and did our best to suppress the Divine Spirit Valley. Patriarch Origin Heaven even lost his life. Where were you guys at that time? We just got a peaceful period, but you guys can't sit still anymore and want to kill me. I'll skin you guys alive. Yi Fan's foot almost squashed one of their heads. His heart was filled with rage. He had paid a lot, but these two assassin organizations had come to assassinate him at this juncture. It made it hard for him to calm down. There's something wrong with these two. They've reached the three immortals slaying Dao, but they're not that strong. There seems to be a problem somewhere. The monkey was quite sharp. They are half primordial spirits. Duanda walked over and searched their bodies with great familiarity. In the end, he kicked them twice and said, "They're kings of assassins, but they don't even have a decent treasure." The important figures of the god dynasty of assassins were all very cautious. They would always leave a path of survival for themselves. These two king bodies were shells left behind by their predecessors. They weren't their true bodies. They were only half primordial spirits. No wonder. I was wondering why they were so weak. They don't match the strength of kings at all, the monkey said. Yi Fan reached out with a large hand and stripped their primordial spirits. In the end, their heads exploded on the spot and turned to dust. Not only are they ruthless to their enemies, but they're also ruthless to themselves. Half of their primordial spirits have been destroyed just like that. Li Heishure sighed. Hell, the human world, if you don't erase your names, then I will. Yi Fan looked into the distance and said with a powerful voice. Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were either dead, injured, or missing. Their hatred had long since been irreconcilable. What do we do now? Do we establish an unparalleled sect or go find the secret place of the two god dynasties? Li Heishui asked. They all felt that they should first use their own connections to find various clues about the two god dynasties and understand them thoroughly. After all, it was an immortal inheritance from ancient times. In the past, I established a mining sect on a whim. Now, it has moved to an oasis. We can meet there. Yi Fan gave an address in detail. The monkey was used to being alone, but he also said that he would go to the mining sect soon to help. Duanda even patted his chest and said that he would definitely find the cemetery of the ancient god dynasty of assassins and turn it upside down. Li Heishui could ask the 13 great bandits for advice, and there was no need to mention Ji Ziyue and her brother. The Ji clan most likely had top-secret information. Dongfang Man could ask the clan elders. After the large black dog woke up, his drunkenness disappeared. He bared his teeth and made a fuss, asking who had hit him. Everyone pointed at Duanda. Damn it, you guys are so mean. I'm going to escape. Duanda disappeared with a whoosh. He was the first to disappear into the horizon. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog chased for hundreds of miles. He rubbed the big bump on the back of his head and returned without success. He clamored that he would definitely take Fatty Duan as a human pet in the future. In the end, they went their separate ways. Li Tian and Yang Ishi didn't understand this world. They were in the dark and could only follow Yi Fan. It's time to return the treasure, Yi Fan said. The matter of the North region was over. The ancient saints had gone into hibernation. Their cultivation was complete. The sky-devouring demonic jar had been returned to its respective owners at the Jade Pool. The sacred shell had to be returned. Once again, they came to the small world of the Green Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan and the others received a very high standard of courtesy. Many ancient demons came out to welcome them. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be careless. He performed all the necessary etiquette. Then, he saw the Red Dragon Taoist, thanked the son of the Flood Dragon King, and returned the sacred shell. This was an invincible human-shaped weapon. Although the demon race was generous, they weren't so generous as to casually gift a sacred shell to others. Moreover, undercurrents were turbulent in the world. At any time, there might be a dark upheaval. The demon race really needed this sacred shell. With it to activate the weapon of the demon monarch, its power would definitely increase by several times. Do you still want Ruyu to come back? If necessary, I can immediately call her back from the Western Desert, the Red Dragon Taoist said. There's no need. Not for a very long time. Yi Fan sighed. He told him about this trip and said, I hope that there will never be a need for Azure Emperor to come into the world. That day will never come. After saying this, Yi Fan stood up under the flickering divine brilliance of the Red Dragon Taoist. He walked out of the Great Hall and headed outside. He was going to see an old friend. The last time he came, he was filled with worry. The main reason was to borrow the sacred shell. He didn't stay for even a moment. Now, everything had finally calmed down. Who are you going to see? Li Tian asked with a mischievous smile. A demoness. The Black Emperor curled his lips. He didn't forget the demoness named Qin Yaro. When the palace collapsed, he was buried alive. A cold wind blew over. Yi Fan felt his entire body go cold. He climbed up the mountain peak. The pines rustled, but the pavilion was no longer there. There was no sign of life at all. In the depths of the pine forest, there was only a lonely grave. The mound of earth wasn't big, and there was a stone tablet with the name Qin Yaro clearly engraved on it. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. When he came here again, his old friend had already passed away. They were separated forever. How could this be? He was absent-minded and then incomparably sad. After traveling for more than 10 years, he actually only saw her grave after returning. He stood in front of the grave in a daze. What? Do you feel a tinge of guilt or sadness? You could see her a few more times in the past, but you never came back. In the end, you crossed the star domain alone. A young lady in golden feather clothes appeared and said coldly. Yi Fan recognized her. Her name was Jin Yang, a demoness of this small world. Back then, she was extremely loathsome, but now, he couldn't feel a trace of anger after hearing her words. There was only silence. The pines rustled. This place was very desolate and lonely. There was only a lonely grave like this. It made one feel sad. Light footsteps could be heard. 3 demonic race men appeared. They were Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu. They were Qin Yao's pursuers back then. How did she leave? When did she die? Yi Fan asked after a long silence. She died less than 200 days ago, Bai Feng replied. What? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was about the same time as his return. She was very happy after learning of your return, but she quickly became silent again and began to cultivate bitterly, Ku Zhu said with a hoarse voice. Why? What exactly happened? Yi Fan looked at him. Because you and us are people of 2 different worlds. Your cultivation is too high. She did her best to catch up, but in the end, something went wrong, Ku Zhu said in a low voice. Isn't it laughable? Jin Yang wiped away her tears and placed several bouquets of pure white flowers in front of the lone grave. To you, she might just be a passerby in your life. She doesn't count for anything. But to her, it's different. The wind became stronger. The pines rustled as if they were sobbing. The lonely grave made one feel sad. Yi Fan stood there in a daze. If you had never appeared, she would have lived very well. Perhaps she would have already become Dao companions with one of Big Brother Ku Zhu and the others. These calm words were transmitted through the wind. It was like a blade hacking at Yi Fan's heart. He became even more silent. He couldn't say anything, only feeling a wave of bitterness. There is no need to feel sad, no need to feel dejected, because there is no need. After many years, perhaps you will remember her. You might even feel some bitterness sometimes, but what does that matter? She is only a part of your life that can be considered profound. But in the end, a scenery is a scenery. It will never be the most important brand in the depths of your heart. In the past, Jin Yang was very loathsome. Now, she said words that Yi Fan couldn't refute. He couldn't refute her words either. Every word hit the nail on the head and opened up wounds. Chapter 833. 12 years had passed, and when he looked back, things remained the same, but the people had changed. The pine forest was deep, and all that remained was a lonely grave. He would never see that woman again, forever separated from the heavens. The wind blew the pure white flowers Ku Zhu and the others brought, scattering them messily on the grave. There was a trace of desolation and a few wisps of fragrance. This was Qin Yao's life. Who was a passerby in whose life? The scattered flowers, the ice-cold stele, the lonely grave, there was no need for an answer, no need for further words. A fine rain began to pour down from the sky. It wetted the pure white flowers, diluting the delicate fragrance, adding a trace of coolness. Last time you came, you left right after meeting Senior Crimson Dragon, not even stopping for a moment. Have you never thought that there would be an old friend here, a woman you interacted with in the past? Jin Yang's voice became very loud, as if she was extremely emotional. She clenched her fists and glared at Yi Fan. Are you in such a hurry? Is there some world-shaking matter waiting for you to do? Are you going to mend the heavens? There is a woman here, lying in an ice-cold coffin. Is she really that insignificant? You've long forgotten, even if it was just for a moment. Jin Yang pointed at him, her body trembling in anger. A pine forest, a grave, a single person. The world was cold and bleak. Rain poured down. Yi Fan stood there for a long time. What could he say right now? Qin Yao had already withered like a flower, her life reaching its end. She blossomed brilliantly like fireworks, and then returned to eternal darkness and silence. Jin Yang, Ku Zhu, and the others had already left. There was only Yi Fan on the mountain. Under the rustling of the rain, he faced the new grave alone. The rain became heavier and heavier, finally pouring down in torrents, drenching him from head to toe. Water droplets continuously fell down, even on his face. His lips moved, his voice hoarse. It was impossible to hear clearly in the wind and rain. He had already cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could see through the muddy water, through the grave. He could see the crystal coffin underground. That woman was ice-cold and silent, not moving at all. Her beauty was gone, but her appearance hadn't changed. She lay quietly and bleakly in the coffin. She was close, yet he couldn't touch her, as far as the horizon. One step to life, one step to death. Even if there was only a layer of earth between them, it was still difficult to touch. Separated by a netherworld, it was difficult to pull back. Yi Fan sat in front of the grave and placed his hand on the soil, allowing the rain to pour down on his body. He spoke softly until daybreak. On the second day, the rain did not stop, but it was much lighter. The pine forest was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan took one last look at the grave and descended the mountain step by step. He walked very slowly, leaving behind footprints. At the foot of the mountain, Jin Yang, Ku Zhu, and the others stood, watching through the misty rain. Finally, Jin Yang couldn't hold it in any longer. She pointed at him and said many things, as if she were venting her anger. Some of the words were harsh, unpleasant, and hurtful, but Yi Fan couldn't refute them. Some of the words might not be the truth, and they stabbed into his heart. I say, sister, when it is possible to let someone off, one should forgive them. Would Yi Fan be willing to see such a scene? Who would be willing to see an old friend die? Who would be willing to see life and death part? If he didn't have urgent matters to attend to, why wouldn't he stop? Li Tian asked. Let's go. Yi Fan stopped Li Tian, not letting him say anything else. He walked into the distance step by step, leaving this place that made him so sad that he couldn't say a single word. That little girl really wasn't bad. How could she die just like that? What a pity, the Black Emperor mumbled. It was unknown just how many cultivators had fallen on the long path of cultivation. In reality, there were large numbers of people who couldn't make it through and perished at every stage. Those who could succeed were all heroes. This was a ruthless path to begin with. Those who set foot on it would experience many cruelties. What they heard were the legends of the heroes whose names shook the world. Who would pay attention to the decline of a small cultivator? In reality, there were many sad songs on the path of cultivators. However, apart from those famous heroes, who would pay attention to the joys and sorrows of others? Yang Ishi patted Yi Fan's shoulder and didn't say anything else. They left this place, traveling 90,000 li in one go. Where are we going? What are we going to do? Li Tian asked. I'm going to undergo tribulation, Yi Fan said. Where do you want to choose? The Black Emperor laughed dryly. Use your brain and think carefully. Find an important place between hell and the human world. I want to resist the heavenly tribulation in such a place, Yi Fan said seriously. He sealed a part of his nascent soul in Yang Ishi's goddess furnace. He didn't place it on his celestial platform, forcefully delaying the arrival of the tribulation. Let me think carefully. It's been too long. That place is just a remote corner of the world. I wasn't too clear about it in the past, and now, I've almost completely forgotten about it. The large black dog scratched his head and began to ponder. They began to wander around the north region like a group of ghosts, and also like a group of death gods. They all knew that Yi Fan was full of depression and needed to find someone to kill. In these few days, they tried to find some light topics to avoid the heavy atmosphere. Of course, they didn't avoid the topic of Qin Yaro's death. I've always been surrounded by flowers. If I leave for 12 years, there will most likely be many women who will clap their hands in joy. F***CK. Li Tian cursed. None of you can do this. You have to learn from me. Use great willpower, great wisdom, and great fearlessness to sever everything. Bury them in the grave in your heart, and they will never have to worry. At this point, the Black Emperor poked Yi Fan, and said, for you, there will be an additional experience. The opportunity for the 3 slashes of Tao might come early. Severing Tao. Yi Fan looked into the distance, and said, let's go. We'll find hell and the human world first. Brat, have you thought about it? What kind of Tao do you want to sever in the future? The Black Emperor asked seriously. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and said, I can't sever whatever I want. If I think about it seriously, Perhaps severing my entire Tao is the most suitable. There are too many fetters and shackles. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yang Ishi all wore awkward expressions. You can't be serious, right? Cut yourself off. What kind of joke is this? Since ancient times, who has done this? Even if you want to commit suicide, you can't do this. The Black Emperor scolded. Yi Fan said, severing the Tao, that is a very long time ago. In history, the strongest few monsters were comparable to the young Great Emperor, but in the end, they all fell. My Tao seems to be very difficult to sever, let's finish the tribulation first. According to the Black Emperor's ancient memories, he searched many places, but to no avail. After hundreds of thousands of years of ups and downs, the world had changed greatly, and many of the old places had changed greatly. Furthermore, in the past, it wasn't very clear about these two great killer divine dynasties. It didn't know where the important places were, and had only vaguely heard of them. On this day, they arrived at a desolate mountain outside of Kaiyuan City in the northern region. They immediately stopped and walked towards the mountain. Because they had heard from Li Heishui that his grandfather, Li Heng, had died in battle to save them. The few of them decided to pay their respects. It should be that stone cliff. A broken spear was stabbed into the cliff. The blood had long since dried up, forming a human shape. It was dark red, a ghastly sight. One could imagine the miserable state at that time. Li Heishui had once said with tears in his eyes that his grandfather had been nailed to the cliff by an old assassin from the Hell God Imperial Court with a spear. One could imagine that a white-haired old man had died in battle to save his descendants. Looking at the broken spear and the dried blood, the few of them gritted their teeth. Half a month later, the Black Emperor brought them to the western part of the northern region. It remembered that some things had happened here in the past, and it was related to the Hell God Imperial Court. After walking into an ancient mountain range, there was no sign of life. Not even a blade of grass grew, and they still didn't discover anything. They were almost completely disappointed. They couldn't even find a living fossil like the big black dog, so who else knew? Found it. Suddenly, the Black Emperor shouted excitedly, pointing at a mark that was almost worn away by time, saying that this was a dark mark of hell. They must be in this mountain range. Be careful, don't be discovered by them, and search slowly. Finally finding some clues, they were naturally extremely cautious. After spending several days, they hid in the dark, and only rushed out when they saw a black-clothed man disappear on a cliff, pouncing over there. Yes, I understand now. There is a small world here that was opened by an ancient sage. It is an extremely important secret place in hell, the Black Emperor said. In hell, apart from a supreme ancient palace, that was where their foundation was. There were also 18 layers of hell, which were the 18 main branches that extended from the roots. The 18 layers of hell were extremely important. They were all small worlds in ancient times, independent of the great world, and almost impossible to find. They were incomparably mysterious, and were all important places. A small world opened by a sage. Their foundation is really deep. You all wait outside, I will go and cross the tribulation, Yi Fan said. Thinking of Pang Bo's life and death still unknown, Liu Ku being blasted into a bloody pulp, Dongfang Yi's blood staining the falling eagle cliff, Li Heishui's grandfather being nailed to death, and so on and so forth, the blood in his heart was boiling. From today forth, there will be one less layer in hell. This is the first debt I will collect. Yi Fan's voice was deep and cold, ringing through the entire mountain range. He already found the entrance, retracting his primordial spirit from the goddess furnace, and then walked in with a single step. At first, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yang Ishi were still a bit worried, following him inside. In the end, black smoke immediately rose from their bodies, hurriedly withdrawing. There is no justice in the heavens. The lightning tribulation is so great, how can there be human lightning and some celestial court's ancient watchtowers? Li Tian had never seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation before. We should still back up, this place isn't safe either. This small world will definitely collapse, and those who are stuck inside are all finish. The Black Emperor bared his teeth, smoke coming out of his mouth, all of the hair on his body standing on end. They decisively backed up, only stopping after moving far enough. Everything was as they expected. This small world had existed since the ancient times, and after more than 100,000 years, it had long become unstable. The heavenly tribulation descended, and in the end, it collapsed. Ah, miserable cries sounded. This small world was hacked through, and now it was adjacent to the great world outside. Everything could be seen. The lightning turned into a sea, and the thunderstorm connected to form a blazing purple light. This was a human tragedy. After this collapsed small world appeared, all types of miserable scenes could be seen. Large amounts of human figures turned into scorched corpses, and countless palaces became ruins. This was an important place for assassins. Experts were as common as clouds, and everyone was passively facing tribulation, unable to escape. Even though they were trying to break out of the encirclement, the tribulation clouds continued to surround their heads, and heavenly lightning struck down continuously. There was nowhere to escape to. This was especially the case when Yi Fan turned into a streak of humanoid lightning, chasing after experts everywhere. Wherever he passed, everyone would definitely be turned into ashes. There is a king. There is actually a powerful king here. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others quickly discovered an extremely powerful existence with world-shocking strength. His heavenly punishment was boundless, forming a vast ocean. It's an assassin king who tried to assassinate Yi Fan last time. It's his aura. Who would have thought that his true body would be here? Ah, miserable cries sounded everywhere, and people continuously turned into ashes. This place became a living hell, but this time, it was someone else who came to take their lives. There was no suspense in this battle. After Yi Fan rushed over, he locked onto the assassin king. An even more vast sea of lightning descended, and he was blasted into ashes. The battle flattened this place, leaving behind only a vast expanse of ruins and human-shaped ashes. That day, the eastern wasteland was shaken. A secret area of the infernal realm was picked by someone, and from then on, there was one less layer of the infernal realm. Yi Fan said that since the human world and the infernal realm wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. Next, he was going to hunt down their divine sons and goddesses. At the same time, he offered bounties to everyone in the world, offering generous rewards. Regardless of whether it was providing information on the assassin divine dynasty or killing them, there would be sky-high rewards. The world was in an uproar. Was a single person going to start a war against two great ancient assassin divine dynasties? Everyone was moved.